Of interesting opportunities that DK Butterfly seems to have, on top of a lot of possible outcomes that can still play out. The bankruptcy is not done. It's still a restructuring. They did not switch to Chapter 7. They did say liquidating, but they were indicating the specific for Bed Bath & Beyond, not DK Butterfly. DK Butterfly has something. And from the dockets you went over today, with them being like in June, some of them were in June, and they were literally referencing the plan that ended up playing out-ish. Even Overstock was mentioned in one of those from, I think it was like May, and they ended up being the winning bid on that. So like, there's a lot that still hasn't played out, and I'm interested to watch it happen.
Yeah, DK Butterfly. Yeah, and to add to your closing thought, DK Butterfly most certainly has something I think that's special here. Whether that be the operations, whether it be the nulls, whether it be a multitude of things. I think it's safe to say. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that if they've taken the time to essentially head, into preserving the ticker, preserving the nulls, either they carved out and sold off some of these assets, or very well that this is just the IP that we've seen sold. I mean, look, Overstock is like relaunching their website again. Now all of a sudden Overstock was rebranding to fucking Bed Bath Beyond. Now all of a sudden they're going back and forth. I mean, it's very bizarre in my opinion, and especially when they received the IP, they immediately hit the ground running. What we saw with Bye Bye Baby is that it took a full 6 months before they were even utilizing this IP. So I do find it very telling. I do find it very interesting. But, you know, I do think that a lot of people out there, they say, well, you know, what the fuck is left of this company? There's nothing left. I think that shareholders, a shell of a company, you know, the insides out, you know, essentially some of these leases, all of those things, I think play a very vital role in why this is valuable. And if some people out there can't see the value in it, that's okay. It's not like they're coming in with a few billion to do anything. It's really the, you know, the person who is essentially acquiring it who sees the value in it. So,
and one final thing, other countries even see the value in these names. So we had gotten a message from a guy from New Zealand. So
other countries see the value in these names.
Beyond a
wow
are us and a baby
wow
factory. So they're using the same words just to try to catch a little bit of the name of what these companies had.
Correct.
So they had something that people want.
And another thing too, right before you go too, Hachi,
right?
It was fuck. Zulily is how you say it. Started by Zulily, however you say it. Started by RC's mentor, who is Mark Vaden, right? Was acquired by out of bankruptcy by Beyond for 4.5 million. What the fuck is actually happening here? You know, like I don't know. I'm a loss for words, man. You know, like what the fuck?
Well,
we have more questions than we have answers, but we do have answers to certain things. It's just not the answer to what we're looking for yet.
No. Yeah. It's not the answer you want.
Said Hachi, enjoy the rest of the night. Chat, let's get some love for Hachi on his way tonight. And appreciate you
the
show and lending your opinion tonight. Take care.
Oh yeah. See ya.
Let's kick it off here.
You can't kill Michael Myers! It's impossible!
This is what happens when you work to change things.
You're being a little bitch! What do you fucking want from me?
All I gotta say is, wow.
I don't understand the situation. It's better sometimes not to speak and just be proven complete imbecile in the matter.
All right.
Okay, so,
good evening. It's March 17th, 2024.
I think you a bitch. You understand what I'm saying?
It's just after 5:30 Eastern.
is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying it? What are you saying? Huh?
Eastern Daylight Time.
First they think you're crazy, then they fight you.
And
I don't know. I don't really think that's the case.
yeah.
And then all of a sudden you change the world.
Another week. Here we go. Let's start here.
Planes are falling apart and people are on them. And I guess a handful of Boeing employees would never fly on the planes and when they were interviewed and or recorded secretly. But this guy came out and he testified. And in between his testifying from one deposition to the next, he allegedly committed suicide in the parking lot of his hotel, shot himself. So there's a way.
Allegedly, right. Or it was private equity.
I'm saying, oh my God, the minute you put out some information and it's credible and it's hard, they're coming after you. So every time I walk out of my house, I look left, I look right. And I'm like, yo, this is it. And I was like throwing my trash can. I was throwing out the trash. You know, it was trash day. This is my moment.
Wow.
I'm really feeling that way.
Wow.
It's sad to say it. But like I've told you guys, I'm not suicidal. I put out a lot of...
Not yet.
I know that it's correct. I've talked about private equity very in detail. But it's at the cost of what?
Private equity got to him.
So.
Sweet.
Synopsis.
Such a strong man. You know, it's good that we have this guy as a role model in these increasingly trying times. It's good to have strong role models, strong, figures in one's life. Indeed. Wow.
Why you think they would take you out because you push GameStop? No, Brian, has nothing to do with GameStop. Well, it kind of does, but not really. You don't understand the channel. So you're on TikTok and you don't watch me on YouTube. I have a series on YouTube. My series is called Connect the Dots.
Yes, connect the dots.
And
connect the dots,
there,
right.
If you type
Right.
Connect the Dots, Marant's Rants, boom, 66 parts.
Jesus Christ.
And you find out how America is being torn apart systematically by private equity.
What? Oh my God. Wow. Wow.
Like, yeah, we've all known that. Private equity, leverage buyouts, you know, these corporate takeovers, these corporate raiders of the 80s. No, it's more than that. It's the richest people in the world. The most powerful people in the world.
Not Ken Griffin.
The private equity firm.
Not Elon Musk. These guys believe in the markets, don't they?
That are run by David Rubenstein, Leon Black, Henry Kravis, Tony Resler.
Name dropping.
Equity firms. All these individuals are billionaires. They didn't become billionaires because they were smarter. They didn't become billionaires because, you know, they run banks and institutions. No.
Funds.
And they're the general partners, and there's the LPs, and they're literally robbing America, and it's just a handful of people. And the way they
how are they robbing America? If you have companies that are not viable, what? Robbing? Okay, right.
do it. See, it's one thing to say, well, I know what they're doing. They're leveraging and they're doing it. No, I have shown exactly how they do it.
No, you haven't.
You've
shown nothing.
Connect the dots. I have put.
No, you've shown what you call connect the dots. They don't call it that. You call it that. And it's a bunch of nonsense. Conspiratorial bullshit. Conspiracy theorist. Hypocrite.
Each individual board of director in the corporation, and I followed them from their first company to their last company. And I have followed this path for the last 50 years. And I've shown you how they do it. So you could
he has followed it for 50 years. I didn't think he was 50 years old. I know that's not what he means probably, but yeah. Charlotte, how you doing? There is an election coming up in the U.S. Yep, unfortunately. It's a Groundhog Day reoccurrence of 2020. I feel a lot of these videos can be political. Probably can. So another reason why he should be, well, at least, if not silenced, mitigated somehow.
An executive, and I can show you every company they touched and why they went bankrupt and who benefited from it. And by doing that, connecting the dots going backwards, I can now tell you what's going to happen in the future.
No, you can't. Oh, wow. Wow.
Connect the dots.
Wow. Okay. No. This is deranged ramblings of an overconfident fool. That's all I see. If this guy had an actual audience, I realize I came to a realization. If this guy actually had an audience, if he had had an audience at any point, he would have been dismissed, basically. He's not popular enough for anybody to see how ridiculous he is, basically, which I guess is a good thing on one side, but on the other side, we don't have the natural trash taking out that we would get if this had more eyes on it. This shit would be, I mean, it's so laughable, but nobody sees it, so he's operating in a low supervision environment. Unfortunately, that's the unfortunate part. So I guess that means that we have to keep, trying to raise awareness about this. I don't know. We don't have to, but somebody should, right?
Dots, and you'll see that we're 100% correct on every investment.
Oh, God. Okay.
The bigger my channel gets, the more focus that is on connected dots. And it's 100% correct. There is not a single investment that is wrong at this moment. And that's
what?
where it goes.
That's not the way it ever goes. What are you talking about? That's literally not the way it ever goes. That's never the case.
Why GameStop is so different is because GameStop's the one company in the history, well, there's two actually, but the one company that pushed out private equity and turned around the story.
No, Marantz. They absorbed private equity. That's your boy, Ryan Cohen, Mr. Private Equity. Oh, you didn't? Oh, okay. What in the fuck?
Vultures to carve out the assets and cut up the company. GameStop.
Oh, it hasn't happened yet.
Right now, that's showing a profit, transition, pivot, everything it is. People don't understand why I invest in a GameStop. They don't get it. But if you watch Connect the Dots, you'll understand that.
No, you.
Other company is Genisco Brands. So
exactly, Lynn.
The CEO is well gifted. She's gifted. She was like, hell no, it's not going to happen here. But everyone's tried. This is my wheelhouse. I'll definitely check it out. Thanks, man.
Oh, is that why? That's why he got rid of Boston Consulting Group, apparently. I remember that whole thing.
Following all the sports. Michael, I have nothing to do with sports. It's my twin brother. You see, Rico did that in a way. Rico copied my information and he took it as his own. He posted a video. But you don't do sports. Went viral, and now you know who Rico Knows is because of the information from my videos. That's just who my brother is. He'll get rich or die trying, or he'll manipulate people into it. But
that sounds familiar. Wow. Did he just use the M? Wow, he just used the M word. Right, the evil twin. And GameStop went from 250 to 14. Marantz admits he's down 40%. How's he right about GameStop? Good question.
That's why we don't talk.
It depends on what your definition of right is, see? I guess.
Because he refused to give credit for his sourcing on his videos. And I'm the source. That was the difference. Here's some goat cheese for being the goat. Meow meow. Thank you so much for supporting the channel and the content. You know, somebody actually wrote me a message and said, Marantz, don't feel bad about taking super chats or memberships and joining the channel. He's like, people have to pay for their entertainment. He's like, whether they like you or love you, that's the entertainment that they're paying for. If they're willing to watch Netflix, willing to watch whatever, they probably watch your show more. So that's just the price of doing it. I was like, well, it's free. I don't charge you anything. You can just watch it. It's YouTube. Go ahead. But yes, if you pay for YouTube Premium and you watch the channel, I've made $30 a month off of that premium fee. So that was awesome.
Sweet.
You know, it's just a part of my craft and my art that I've been putting together for a long time.
Art is craft. That's funny.
Know more about private equity or more about the investments in this world, the way it's falling apart, you got to watch Connect the Dots, flat out. And I would tell you,
no,
the first 5 episodes.
Nobody should ever watch that. Nobody should ever watch that shit. Or if you do, like, okay, let's see what he says here. Let's see if there's any truth to any of that. Here's Marantz rants. Wow, you know, it looks like these numbers are going down, actually. Yeah, he is getting more subscribers, though. Any obnoxious things I say here are said by my evil twin, Nevlier. Okay. Why would I want to spend my time listening to his 65, 66 Connect the Dots videos when I could just join the Branch Davidians and seek the answer to the 12 seals? Yeah, you know, or you could just, if you want to listen to an idiot ramble for a few hours, I mean, you're already here. All right. We'll go a little bit more here.
You might not understand exactly where we're going.
You might not understand.
By episode 6. By episode 6, it's off and running. It's phenomenal. And I tell you, 17 is like the best one, the one that I put the most time into. But it made sense the whole way through. So you learn something new every day when you watch the channel and every single episode. So I really appreciate you guys for that. If you're watching on YouTube, you know the deal. Everybody on YouTube knows they watch it. So
everybody on YouTube knows. Yep.
Let's go back to
everybody.
Drip. Yeah, I'm down for the drip, guys. That's your dividend reinvestment plan.
All right.
It's allowing you to turn it on. So there you go. And thank you for liking the live over here.
Dividend reinvestment plan. Oh, okay. Right. For what? For Coca-Cola? Like what is that for? What in the world could that be possibly for? Okay. Let's do this video from the Telegram here. This is well, anyway. Fair enough, Lynn. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, here we go. This is of exclusive video here, or clip, I guess.
The whole idea that DCA doesn't work unless you can make a significant impact into your position, that's a lie if I ever heard one. When I first started buying GameStop, I came into it at about a cost average of around, when the split came, I think I was around 160, right? Like $40 a share. And then I just started going at it. And I'm talking about one share a day, every day for, well, since now. So I never stopped, and I won't stop. Can't stop, won't stop, GameStop. And I'm literally at $25. So did I lower my percentage? Hell yes, I did. And it's awesome. Like, I remember when I used to be 50% upside down. And that didn't deter me. Like, I can't get shaken off my trade or my conviction to my trade. That's never going to happen. But
it will never happen.
My brokerage account, I'd be like, yo, man, down, all right, I'll catch up. I always knew I'd catch up. And now it's to the point where it's so big that I don't even need to catch up. Like, honestly, the amount of money I put into GameStop and what I can get for it right now, today, if I sold today, I'm already happy with my return. And I know that's because I'm probably down like 30%, whatever it may be, but 30, 40, somewhere.
Here, have 3 copies of it. It's so good. Have 3 of them.
That cost me nothing. That's what I paid to enjoy this time that I've been holding and living this life. Nah, nothing, bros. I'm going to keep holding, and I'm going to keep getting more, because the more I buy now, I know exactly what it's worth. And
I know what it's worth. I love that. I love that.
I don't need to make
nobody does. Nobody else seems to.
We've educated ourselves so much on the market, on private equity, on GameStop, retail, hell, gaming, NFTs. There's so much that you've learned by being in this channel, in this environment. And it's, yes, it is self-taught. Yes, it's not the brainiacs from Wall Street and from Ivy League schools, but I guarantee you I can sit down with the best of them and have that conversation. And it's because you've earned their respect. So this is all real, true, and sincere.
Wait,
me doing the James Janney documentary.
What is he actually talking about? What an odd. This is like when he gets into these mindless ramblings. Like, listen to what he says here.
Sit down with the best of them and
listen to this.
And it's, yes, it is self-taught. Yes, it's not the brainiacs from Wall Street and from Ivy League schools, but I guarantee you I can sit down with the best of them and have that conversation. And it's because you've earned their respect. So
because you've earned their respect? What? No, you've never actually had a conversation about this shit with anybody who knows anything about it. He thinks he can hang? Right.
That happened. This is all real, true, and sincere. Me doing the James Janney documentary. They were asking questions that...
When is that documentary coming out, by the way? Does anybody know? Is it out yet? Can we see it? Can we see how his precious information was used? Because we've got it from his side. We've got his spin on it, his edits. But what about the actual product? Do we have that yet? I don't think we have it yet.
At a point, I was like, why are you asking me this? You obviously don't know anything about this investment. It felt like they were the idiots, right, in the room. And yet all these guys trying to make content about what we're doing, they try to act like they're smarter than. And that's okay. That's okay for them to feel that way, but we're just facts here. So I'm excited about what's coming up. This is going to be a great month. I know you guys are looking for me to go live and you guys want videos. Truth is, I'm hanging out with family right now. As a matter of fact, I'm getting dinner for the wife and my daughter. I spent most of my day, the free time that I had with my daughter today, which, my daughter's 25, guys. I don't have that much time with her to spend. She invites me to the gym, or she'll say, hey, can you help me with my car? Can you help me with this? I'm doing an interview at work or trying to get promoted. It doesn't matter. I'm always going to help, and I'm always going to be around and available for my kids and my wife. So,
well, that's good. That's good, at least. Priorities, right?
Dig deep. I'm going to go 2 weeks, and
who cares? What in the fuck?
I believe it's 4 working days left until my vacation, and my vacation is literally like 18 days long. So I'm pumped, guys. I'm pumped. I can't.
Excited I am, but I know I'm just talking. It's just because I'm so excited. That's what I'm doing right now. But to the guy who says, you can't dollar cost average down and it wouldn't make a difference, I'm going to tell you right now, it absolutely make a difference.
Especially when you start averaging up. That's the best part. All right, I'll get at you guys, and I'll keep buying like I just did this afternoon. Right now, because I took the screenshot earlier. I just forgot to post. I've been busy, like I said. But yeah, $25 is here, and then we'll go from there. Get to 24, get to 23, get to 22, 21.
Averaging down. Wow.
Goes double that. Then you're going to be sitting there saying, man, I wish I would have kept buying at these levels. I know.
Wow.
All right, good luck, guys. Peace. All right, I'll play this kid's game. Let's see. So you buy some shares, and you don't think that it matters if you DCA in. One, you wouldn't miss the money that you put in per day. Like your lunch money. And if you committed to it, you'd average over 250 shares a year. So aside from just splashing the pot in 2021 when you believed in the investment, I guess, what makes you not believe in it now more than ever? It coming down just gives you the perfect opportunity to get as much as you can if you truly believed in the investment. So why would you go in with 200 shares initial day of and then stop buying? It makes zero sense. You have 3 buy orders or you have 700 shares now. But you don't see, it just proves that you haven't bought anything. If your cost is $37, that means you haven't bought anything in
right,
2
okay.
years.
This is hilarious.
What the hell are you asking us what you should be doing? And or your idea of holding, you don't believe in your own damn investment. What have you been buying since then? Hopefully you've been buying things where you took a profit. Because if you took a profit, you should be putting your profits back into that, right? To the thing that you're holding for 3 years. But if you're not taking profits, or if you lost in other investments, because it sounds like
there we go,
things that you do little research on, what else would you be buying other than GameStop? That's my only question. $37 a share? Okay. So you went in heavy, but you're at 700 shares. And I'm not saying like that's not a lot. That's a lot of shares. But why wouldn't you invest more into it if you believed in it? You don't believe.
Maybe because you're not get the fuck. Let me go back and just let's hear that section again. God damn it, Jesus Christ! Listen to this cult language.
$37 a share. Okay, so you went in heavy, but you're at 700 shares, and I'm not saying like that's not a lot. That's a lot of shares. But why wouldn't you invest more into it if you believed in it? You don't believe in it. So you're not one of us. I can promise you that. That's all I can tell you.
Wow.
And just a little bit more than that, like if you stop thinking about the idea that you're buying something, like if you change that idea, I bought this and it costs this. That's not how you invest. You're of money over a time frame. In turn, you're going to get a return on the investment, an ROI. But as you build your wealth and you keep putting more money in, eventually the tide will turn. Certainly if you're investing into a company that's credible, that's actually making a pivot, which GameStop is a turnaround story, right? But it's almost like a 401k where you're putting so much money into it and eventually
oh my good God.
Amazing. But you got to see it happen. I don't see anybody opposing to put into 401k, even when the market's at an all-time high. They're still buying in at these levels because they know that you can get past those macro environments that create, ups and downs of the stock market, the ebb and flow of the market. So I'm really perplexed on how you invest and what you stand for. Because right now you just post a screenshot that you're over, $37 cost average. Well, I wouldn't care if you were $40 cost average. Show me you believe in the trade, or you don't.
There you have it. There you have it. The cult language of Morant's rants on this stock, which let's just compare it to the market, shall we? The broader market. Oh, wow. Wouldn't you, what do you know? That's interesting. How this one goes straight up and this one kind of goes down. Huh, what's up with that? James, have a good one, sir. Appreciate that very much. Have a good evening, and we'll see you soon. Okay, we got some MMTLP news here, it looks like. Not really, but... Oh, but before we do that, you know what? Model 3 Dude has the Lou. Let's do that. Why don't we have any sound?
You're not. Love all you motherfuckers. I'll be back soon. Look at this hat. I'm gonna rock this stuff.
Is it really this quiet?
I look like half a Smurf. Love you. I'll be back.
I can't make it louder.
Let me tell you something. If you think you're having a bad day, trust me, you're not. Love all you motherfuckers. I'll be back soon.
What the hell?
I look like half a Smurf. Love you. I'll be back.
Yeah, I don't... Oh, this why? Because it...
Everybody. Well, I was just going to put this out there because...
All right, I had to turn the sound up on the that particular window. Here we go.
Let me tell you something. If you think you're having a bad day, trust me, you're not. Love all you motherfuckers. I'll be back soon. Look at this hat. I'm going to rock this stuff. I look like half a Smurf.
Where the... Okay. Half a Smurf.
What's up, everybody? Well, I was just going to put this out there because I was thinking to myself, like, once this case settles, because it is going to settle, we're obviously going to see the same type of pump up that we saw when the judge said the XRP is not a security. And I said to myself, we're going to have a jump up and then people are going to sell. I said to myself, what an opportunity to take some profit and then to buy back in later. Because, I mean, think about it like this. Everybody talks about, taking gains. We already saw what happened when the judge did that ruling. So I said to myself, maybe it could be a couple of bucks. But I said to myself, wow, could you imagine if it goes up, let's say, I don't know, $8, $11, $20. But it's going to drop down again. And I said to myself, not bad. Not bad to take some profit. And then, listen, like I said, the price is going to drop. And when it drops, easy peasy money. Just letting you know my feelings on that because that'll be cool. Look at Drake there saying hi to you again. So, just letting you know what I'm doing. Make some money on this. That's my plan. Giant love. Giant love.
Giant love. Okay. Did we miss the futures open? Oh, wow. It's happening right now. I totally forgot about it. Got wrapped up in this. Well, I mean, who would have guessed that it would have gapped up? Nobody could ever guess that. Wonderful. Well, it's shaping up to be a normal Sunday. Nothing new here. Nothing to see here, folks. Just keep moving. Does a lot of talking to himself. Yeah. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna get the short covering from this whole sell-off this week, and it's gonna be more, sideways bullshit while Wall Street takes its profits, bleeds everybody out. Yeah, nothing to see here. Same old shit. It's always the same. Maybe, that's some people say. All right, let's see what Data Zero's got to say.
We do have AMC trying to push back to the upside as tech.
Okay, this is from Friday.
Back. Stocks like Nvidia, Microsoft, Facebook, those are used for collateral for AMC short positions. So when tech starts to...
Oh, really? How do we know that?
AMC trying to...
Why would you use such an asset as collateral anyway? What sense does that make? Stocks at their all-time highs. Yeah, let's put those up as collateral so that when they eventually fall, we'll be on the hook for that collateral. I mean, this guy is brain dead. And he's just making this shit up, but I mean, it's not even good lying. It's terrible.
Back to the upside as tech pulls back. Stocks like Nvidia, Microsoft, Facebook, those are used for collateral for AMC short positions.
Good
so when
God.
Tech starts to pull back, when you start to see red in the tech sector, you start to see green in AMC. As you guys can see, market heat map.
I don't think that's why. I don't really think that's why. I mean, but Nvidia famously is up $1.72% here. So stocks like these, except all of which went down except for one. So that's dumb. Okay.
Here,
great.
In the tech sector, semiconductors starting to move up. Semiconductors were red. Semiconductors is the main thing holding up the market right now, as Apple, Tesla, Meta, these stocks have started to pull back.
Tesla has already been
one of the main
out of the Mag 7 for weeks, bro.
Literally. Some of the bigger names, Meta starting to pull back. Apple starting to pull back. Meta pulling back, breaking down out of this bear flag that we predicted here earlier. See Meta starting to pull back. Bollinger Bands constricting with bearish MACD, possibly a down move side for Meta in the near future as well. If you guys go ahead and look at what's going on for Apple, Apple has been in an overall downtrend.
Yeah, Apple sucks. We know that. We know Apple sucks. Okay, this one is from 6 days ago. So... was that last Monday?
I have my foot on the market's neck, and I literally can tell the market's neck, and I can literally tell what's about to happen.
Yeah, but yeah. Okay, maybe he's...
Ladies and gentlemen, the market's neck, and I can literally tell what's about to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why I told everybody SPY is looking bearish. People want to think that I don't know what I'm talking about. Well, then how do I make every single prediction accurately? Ladies and gentlemen, you're witnessing history. I am witnessing history. You are witnessing history. You're witnessing one of the greatest technical analysts ever.
What the fuck?
As we come up.
One of the greatest technical analysts ever? Yeah, now I'll admit, this guy's had a bit of a lucky streak. He has. At least, according to what he says. However, he's not always 100% truthful. Not always. But, okay, fine. He's had a nice little run of luck. Everybody here, everybody listening to me right now, everybody who can hear my voice knows that this is the most foolish attitude that one can have in the market. When you think that you have figured out the key to the stock market, listen closely. The market changes the lock. And your key don't work no more. It don't work no more. So, you know, it's a thing, you know, everybody kind of goes through, right? Everybody kind of goes through this growing up phase where they think they know everything. But this is extreme. This is an extreme case. Data Zero calls the MOAS wrong every single day. Then what is he talking about then? Like, we
learn, we find out ways to make moves, different things to do. You already know what it is.
One of the greatest technical analysts in history.
Does anyone hold Bitcoin? Drop Bitcoin Bs in the chat if you hold Bitcoin. Drop the Bitcoin Bs in the chat if you hold a Bitcoin. That guy's not even in the Discord. Any BTC? That guy's not even in the Discord.
Here we have him from 2 months ago. What was he saying then?
Bro, you've been saying that for like 3 weeks, bro. Every week you come on here and say SPY new all-time highs.
Yeah. Now wait.
Every single week, bro.
Now wait a minute.
I'm not trying to like be mean to you or anything. I'm just saying you do say that every single week. And every single week SPY fails to make all-time highs.
So this was December 26th. Where's that at? December 26th, right here. Oh. So he was saying that then. And it looks like the market currently is what? About 7.5% higher. Okay, greatest analyst witnessing. Maybe he wasn't the greatest analyst in history yet then at this point.
I think you think a new bull run is coming, and that's fine. You guys can believe whatever you want, but I promise you a new bull run is not coming, sir. I don't know why you would think that, why we have hyperinflation in World War III on the horizon.
Oh, okay. So he was saying that, and I realize I don't even have the right date here. I don't. It was the 26th. It's way back here. There it is. Okay. Basically the same. Basically the same. Actually, it's almost exactly the same. 7.59 as opposed to 7.57. Or maybe it was this day. Well, it was a Sunday, I guess, so it was in between there. No. Okay, right there. All right, I was right. Anyway. This one. Yep.
SPY can't even make it past 475. What makes you think it's going to go up to 480, where all-time high is? And what makes you think it's going to continue to go higher than that?
I mean, I don't know.
See that SPY is going.
I mean, I don't know, Data Zero. You're the one who said you're the greatest analyst in history, but you're demonstrating, I think, right now how you're not.
Parabolic right here, right? Like,
wait, he's got a short signal on there. I just realized this. He's got a short signal on right at this point. Yeah. Is he looking at weekly? He's looking at weekly. Okay. So he's looking at it up to this point right here. This is where the video was taken. So he's saying, what he just said was, look at how this, he's looking at a weekly chart. Look at how this went parabolic, because where this line is the current day that he's talking about on this video. What makes you think that it's going to go higher? And that's classic. That's a classic mistake to make. you know, oh, it's already done this. Why would it continue to do that? Well, I don't know why. I'll be the first to admit I have no fucking clue why. But by God, it looks like it fucking did, didn't it? It sure does. So, it's funny how, I don't know if this is, you know, bag holders dementia, or if this is just, you know, latent narcissism or acute narcissism, as it were. What in the fuck? Yeah, greatest fucking analyst. That's hilarious.
Bro, listen, I'm not, do not take this the wrong way, bro. I'm just trying to put.
So the guy said, you said it's crashing for the last 3 weeks and we never did crash once. And then
common sense into your head, brother.
And then he's like, common sense.
That SPY is going parabolic right here, right? Like, bro, listen, I'm not, do not take this the wrong way, bro. I'm just trying to put some common sense into your head, brother. Okay, so look at.
That's funny.
When you zoom out, brother. Does this look okay to you?
Well, we can't see it because you have your stupid chat over it. But okay.
It's just gonna go like this now, for another bull run. Does that look okay to you, brother? Like, seriously, you're just telling me that SPY is just gonna do this then? Because that's what it would have to do to go to a new bull run. It literally would have to go straight up.
And what did it fucking do? And, you know, this is the funny thing. Lynn, you're so right. He is caught. They got, this is the thing. They, and I'm using that very intentionally here. They have got this fucking fool right where the fuck they want him. Can anybody else see that? They've got this idiot right where they fucking want him. To totally fucking destroy him. This type of confidence? Pfft, are you kidding me? Yeah, nice knowing you, son.
I mean, seriously, look at it, brother. It would literally have to go straight up. Here, look. Do you?
Oh, but that's what it. That's basic. I mean. Oh boy.
You see this angle that it's at already? It would literally, in order for a bull run to be successful, it would have to go straight up. You do understand WW3 is on the horizon, right? You do understand hyperinflation is on the horizon, right?
No. This is all just kind of like fear, which is funny because, you know, he's just parroting like the basic fear narrative here. Oh, World War III is on the horizon, hyperinflation. Who's talking about hyperinflation? I mean, we've had disinflation. We had slight reinflation. I mean, yeah, it's sticky, but it's not hyper. It's not growing at an exponential rate. It's too high, yes. It's not going to create bullish interest rate cuts, no. But hyperinflation? It's a bit sensationalist. Even for me.
But hey, you guys can believe whatever you want, that's fine. But what's gonna happen is I'm
spoken like a true fucking narcissist. You can believe whatever you want, it's fine. Wow.
I'll show you. Okay, so SPY.
Wow.
The only thing that it's about to do is this. And I'll show you. 1 second. Okay, do you see this doji forming right here? This is called a topping pattern.
No, it's not.
Do you see this? This is called a bear flag. SPY's in a massive bear flag. The only
I mean, it still might be. It might have been. But he was wrong about the way it played out, which is because you can't predict the way it's going to play out. You know that thing that they say every brokerage has it on the bottom of every fucking page of their website? Past performance does not indicate future returns. Yet, it is now common for these idiots to just disregard that and pretend like they can. It's still not the case. You still can't do that. Yeah, he does. I mean, he is really bad because here, you know, it turns out that he was wrong. I hope we have one from right after this up next. Let's see, actually. So we got a couple more here. This one is from March 11th. You going? Rain? Snow. Oh, it's snowing. Great. Awesome. Welcome to Ohio. It was 70 degrees the other day. Now it's snowing. The fine print is 6 font for a reason. It's not to save space on the paper. No, it's not. But, you know, he looks like he's young. He's not wearing glasses like, you know, us old people. He should be able to read that. Should be able to read it. But you think he reads fine print? Do you think he really reads fine print?
Gap fill for Apple as well, down to about 150. So Apple may be trending to the downside for quite some time, hitting that 150 level, filling that gap down there. 157, 156, 158, around that region. We do have a gap fill for Apple, and this gap could be filled here in the near future as Apple's been in an overall downtrend, and using critical support and resistance as resistance. As you guys can see here, Apple in the bear flag, pop to the upside, can't get above this critical level here, getting rejected. That's going to be very bearish for Apple in the near future. AMC refusing to give up right now. AMC refusing to give up right now. What type of chart is happening? Okay. AMC crazy bullish day today. Crazy. Refusing to give up. Up right now. AMC refusing to give up right now. What type of chart is happening? Okay. AMC crazy bullish day today. Crazy bullish day today for AMC. Crazy bullish day today for AMC. AMC's up 5.15% right now. Holders. Yeah, they're tripping, dude. Don't listen to neither of them. All those people in the comments that were tripping right now, Citizen or whatever, 126 whatever, and then the other guy, they're tripping. They don't even know what they're talking about. SPY literally hit the price target right here, 510. It was 6 cents off. Trended down in the close exactly like I said, making a lower high, lower high, lower high, and even if it went all the way up to 511.57, it would still be, or 511.60, it would still be a lower high. Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower low, lower low, lower low. Overall downtrend into close exactly like I said, after trending up exactly like I said. And you know I said it because look at the white dotted line. That's literally my prediction. My prediction is the white dotted line, and I have it trending up and then trending down. SPY literally tracked my prediction all day. SPY literally tracked my prediction all day. You need to learn
Big Dick Data Zero. He's so proud of himself. Look, you can tell.
And then trending down. SPY literally tracked my prediction all day.
Literally. Big Dick Data Zero.
You need to learn options?
Huh. Not from this clown.
You need to learn options. So a good options play would have been puts in the morning, calls right here. And
oh, yeah.
Puts again.
Oh, yeah. It would have been great. It would have been, yeah, that would have been a great strategy. I mean, I could sit here and say the same shit, you know? I could show you my charts. I could sit here and say, all these lines existed before these days did. All these lines were on here, already on the chart. I put these lines on here a week ago or so. And, you know, if you notice, oh, yeah, the price went right to a lot of these lines, went right up to it and bounced off, right down to it and bounced off, up to it and bounced off, down to it and bounced off, and it ended at this line. But I don't sit here and say this. I don't sit here and inflate my fucking ego, because it's not about that. And just because I have this here, that doesn't mean that I traded it and made money. Just because you have a line doesn't mean that you made money from those lines. So anyway, I mean, this is my chart, but, you know, he's the greatest analyst ever.
Options are good, but they're dangerous. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you press that like button on the way out. Press that like button on the way out. This is the greatest, most energetic, best community that we have here on YouTube. Data Zero. Man, I greatly appreciate you guys for being here and joining in today. This was the market stream for today. Market is closed. Market is closed. Market is closed. Official closing prices. SPY 511.31. 511.31. AMC 436. AMC 436. Games.
Amazing performance. Amazing. Okay, check this out.
This is not financial advice, not legal advice, for entertainment and educational purposes only, and anything I say is my opinion. Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in these videos. That being said, hit the like button, subscribe button, all that YouTube algorithm stuff so you get the videos I put them out. See what I'm thinking, see me analyzing that data. But like I tell every day, the day they release us is false. It gives a false narrative of the market so we can make bad trading decisions. Listen, Jay Dauntless brought something to my attention. He sent me a message telling me that a bankruptcy judge had put out an arrest warrant for a hedge fund manager. And
well, clearly it's related to AMC. Clearly it's related to AMC.
Jay Dauntless was, this hedge fund manager must have robbed a 1%er. Because had he robbed one of us, one of the 99%, there would be no arrest.
Oh, he's so defeatist.
There'll be an ongoing investigation.
This is why you're a loser, Donnie.
10 years.
Because you're too cynical.
Even though they say we don't do any DD, we don't do any investigation.
You don't.
I did a little DD to get some more information on this story. And you guys are going to think this is absolutely crazy. These guys, Baidu, defaulted on $1.2 billion in debt. Okay? Billion with a B. 1.2 billion. And during the bank that they owed the money to, during the investigation, they found out that they sent, this Baidu sent $533 million to Camshaft, and the name is absolutely crazy, Camshaft Capital, which is a hedge fund run by Mr. Morton. Okay? So this guy, who has no hedge fund experience whatsoever, somehow had the confidence of the people at Baidu to send him $533 million. And now nobody knows where he's at. He sent the court some kind of message that he was hospitalized in a foreign country, but with no address or anything like this. like that anyway. But here's the crazier part. Here's the crazier part. When they did an investigation into the address of the hedge fund camshaft, it was an IHOP in Miami. You can't make this up.
Yeah, you can.
Let me tell you something.
Oh, yeah, you can.
These bad actors
You can make anything up.
whatever they want. But if they rob the 1%ers, there will be arrest warrants. There will be.
All right, so this let's see here. Baiju. That is an interesting name. Baiju. This article is from a couple weeks ago. Says the capital was transferred to MULN LLC. But I don't know about this hedge fund guy. Let's see here. It says camshaft facing daily fine, manager's arrest in Baiju. Here's the article that Donna Hugh George had. Baiju's. 4 Jews. Just kidding. William Cameron Morton, hedge fund manager who allegedly helped Indian education technology startup Baiju's hide $533 million from its lenders. Okay, I mean, this happens. I mean, I'm not. So what? So what? Somebody may have stolen a lot of money. Oh my God. Clearly, it is relevant to AMC. How?
Will be indictments.
I don't know.
Will be justice coming very, very swift.
Will there be a bloodbath?
No justice delayed, justice denied when you rob the 1%ers. That justice delayed, justice denied is only when you rob retail investors and pension funds. When you rob the 99%. They robbed this bank and the arrest warrant is already out. The fact that they said $533 million to a guy with no hedge fund experience and the address of the hedge fund is an IHOP is absolutely...
I mean, that doesn't sound like exactly what happened, but okay.
Crazy to me. Anyway, please leave some comments.
Of course, yeah, if you oversimplify everything into stuff that a third grader could fucking parrot, yeah. How about this? Speaking of third graders.
It's not financial advice, not legal advice for financial. I tell every day the data and decisions. Listen, you guys know that I like XRP. You guys know that I believe the BRICS nations are gonna start using XRP for international money transfer.
Sure, yeah.
I did a video on it that I believe Russia...
The BRICS nations are gonna use XRP. They're gonna use this. Yep. They're going to use this fucking piece of shit that, well, you know, just a couple weeks ago, no, a week ago, was worth 12 more cents. What the fuck? You can't make this shit up. Yeah, they're going to use that.
Using it in a test phase to see how it's moving. And now... it seems like Google's Bard, which is now, well, it's not Bard anymore, it's called Gemini. The Google AI, utilizing the same analysis, believes that XRP is going to hit $500 in 2027.
Well, first of all, AI does not believe anything. AI does not believe anything. Second of all, well, I tried it myself with Google Gemini, and I asked it, can AI predict stock or cryptocurrency prices? And it said AI has the potential to be a helpful tool for stock and crypto price analysis, but it's important to understand its limitations. Here's the breakdown. AI for price insights, data analysis. AI excels at crunching massive data sets, including historical prices, news articles, and social media sentiment. This can help identify patterns and trends that might be difficult for humans to see. That makes sense, right? Predictive modeling. AI algorithms can be trained to find correlations between past data and future price movements. This can provide insights into potential price directions, but not guarantee predictions. But why AI can't guarantee predictions? Market complexity. Stock and crypto markets are influenced by a multitude of factors, many unpredictable. AI might miss crucial news or events that cause sudden price swings. Makes sense. Psychological factors, investor sentiment and emotions play a big role in price movements. Capturing these psychological aspects can be challenging for AI. Okay. And finally here, self-fulfilling prophecy. If many investors rely on the same AI prediction and buy a specific stock, it can drive the price up, fulfilling the prediction, but not necessarily due to the AI's foresight. So this is an interesting one because this is not unique to AI predictions or any of this, any of these, meme stock garbage, shit coins, anything like that. But you get all these people talking about it and it creates a buzz, a pump, if you will. And so the price will go up, but not for the reasons that the pumpers are saying that it will. It's going up because they pumped it, which is not really legitimate, a lot of people might say. So AI's role in investing, trend identification, spotting trends and potential opportunities, but it's one data point. It's one data point. You use it the way you'd use any indicator, in combination with other indicators. Risk management. AI can be used to analyze risk factors, create more balanced portfolios. So you could say, give me a list of 10 stocks, that have, a similar debt load, or give me a list of 10 stocks that all had growth in the third and fourth quarters of last year. Stuff like that, right? Trading automation. Some AI-powered trading platforms exist, but they should be approached cautiously. It's crucial to understand the risk and limitations. Okay, we don't see anybody doing that really too much, thank God. Bottom line, AI can be a valuable tool for informed investment decisions, but it shouldn't replace your own research and risk assessment. No single entity, AI or otherwise, can truly predict the future of the market. Not even data zero. Not even data fucking zero.
Now, I'm not telling you to buy, hold, or sell XRP. I'm just sharing information. And Gemini did the same kind of analysis that I did.
No, it didn't.
Based on the cost to send money with XRP, which is very, very inexpensive, like 1 cent a transfer.
Guess what? How much it costs me to transfer money with my Fifth Third bank account? Zip. Unless there's some fees that I don't know about. So, and why are you transferring money to fucking BRICS nations anyway? That's a question I have. Why do you care how much it costs for BRICS nations to transfer money? Why does anybody care? Do they even care? I don't know. I mean, this is all made up shit as far as I'm concerned.
Based on the speed, Bard or Gemini AI, Google AI, Bard or Gemini, whatever you want to call it, believes that XRP Ripple is going to become the main money transfer platform in the next few years, and the AI believes that this is going to push XRP to $500 in 2027. And once again, I'm not telling you to buy, hold, or sell XRP. I'm just telling you that the AI from Google thinks that this is what's going to happen. Now, do I believe it's possible to hit $500 by 2027? anything is possible.
I mean, again, AI doesn't believe anything. AI doesn't think anything. If anything, what AI has done has gone out on the internet and scraped a bunch of low-quality investor place and an investor turf and the street articles where people are saying these things. And because that's how generative AI works, that information is just as legitimate as information that says something completely different. So this is the sort of paradox or fault of AI. It's not really intelligent as we're used to using the term intelligent. Does it really take a lot of intelligence to go back through 10 years of New York Times, articles about any certain topic and summarize them, for example? That's the kind of thing AI excels at. Taking data and working with it. Large data sets, everything we just read a minute ago. So I could say, hey, AI, go write me an article, right, in the style of the New York Times from the 1960s. So it's going to go find articles from the New York Times from the 1960s and try to recreate the writing style of that period. Or, 1880s London, or whatever. I don't know if I would say that takes intelligence. It's very time-consuming, tedious work. Pulling out vocabulary and sentence structure and all that kind of stuff. Okay, maybe it takes some intelligence, but I mean, where AI excels, and I think where companies see the potential, is not in eliminating the highest paid, most credentialed and qualified and educated people. It's not going to replace them. It's going to replace the entry-level workers, if anything. If anything. It's going to replace the paper pushers. It's going to replace the people who do monotonous jobs where you have to open up a file and search for this and copy it over to this system and process this and do that and then close the file and move on to the next case. That type of thing. The kind of stuff that people don't want to do. The kind of stuff that computers or machines can do. Not predicting prices in 3 years from now. I mean, that's absurd. It's completely absurd. And Google even says that much. So I bet I would hazard this guess. I bet this article itself, whatever, the Crypto Basic. Oh, great. Sounds like a really reliable source. The Crypto Basic. I bet. I mean, was that article itself written by AI? Who knows?
Shoot up overnight. Do I think it's probable? I don't think it's probable.
Oh, okay.
I could be incorrect.
So it's not probable. So this whole thing was a waste of time then. Okay. Yeah, no shit, it was a waste of time, Scott. All right, last Donnie video this week.
This is not financial advice, not legal advice for entertainment, educational purposes.
Wow, he just woke up in this one.
But I was busy. This is a market so we can make bad trading decisions. Listen, this is a lawsuit update. I should have put it out yesterday, but I was busy taking care of some things.
Probably, Charlotte, probably.
Friday, Citadel and the attorneys.
Because, well, if it's anything like everything else, and it already is, I think, it will be exploited and used in ways that are, detrimental to most people. Yeah. Probably already the case. So, my opinion, which nobody has asked for, I just want to make that clear. I know nobody well, who am I? But it's hype. It's 100% hype. Scammers love AI, but it makes everyone else lazier. Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking here, like, there have been some news stories that were pretty shocking, like the lawyer who used Chat GPT to draft a motion, for example. But, you know, I think that the bigger issue is we have serious problems with moderation. And not content moderation and censorship. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about regulating our intake of things, using things in a moderate, not overdone kind of way. It's all or nothing. It's all or nothing. You know, AI is going to take over everything, or AI is a total scam. AI is going to make us all rich, or AI is going to bankrupt society. You know, and the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. But, you know, I mean, on the other hand, you know, devil's advocate says, well, they said the same things about all new technologies. Well, the thing is, this isn't really a new technology. I mean, Chat GPT is sort of newish from November 2022 or whatever. But AI systems have been around since the 80s or before even. So they're becoming more advanced. And there is, you know, if you will, sort of a wow factor, a bit of a wow factor. I mean, you know, I'm not going to lie. When I typed in write a Shakespearean sonnet about AMC stock, and it did it, you know, yeah, that was a wow moment. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's like anything else. I mean, I could show you something and claim that it's a Shakespearean sonnet, that it follows the form of a sonnet. Are you going to verify that? Just like with Chat GPT. I can't remember if it was a sonnet form or if it was another poetry form that I asked it to write. And it did not follow the form correctly. Now, if I hadn't actually checked to see if it did, I would have assumed that it did. And it would have been wrong. And I would have gone out there and said, hey guys, look at what I did. Or look at what Chat GPT does. And then somebody who actually would take the time to look would analyze the lines and say, wait a minute. Actually, that's wrong. Not to mention we have the problem of creating sources. Oh, the apes love this. They love this. Where it literally creates fake newspaper article links as if to try to, you know, justify factually what it's saying. You click on the link and it goes nowhere because it was never real. It created a link that looks real, like with the name of the article in the link, kind of. So it looks like you could click on that and it would go to an article that supports what it said, but it doesn't exist because it made it up. That's insidious. I don't like that. And who controls AI? Both can be true. It can be detrimental. It can be beneficial. I think that's what Lynn was referring to based on what I said. I agree. And you know, isn't that true with all powerful tools? You can easily kill somebody with a Sawzall, right? Or you could use it to, you know, do a handyman job or whatever around the house. Fire, water, you know, all these things. Where would we be without fire? You know, where would we be without the telephone? But also the telephone, you know, like we talk about a lot, the game telephone. Well, I heard this from this person, and then they pass it along, and it changes a little bit. And by the time you get to the end of the line, the message is different. That's just one thing. Not to mention, fast forward to cell phones, and we have no time, no privacy to ourselves. At any moment, the phone might ring, and I feel like I have to answer it. And if I don't, I'm ignoring someone. And it used to be that, you wouldn't find out if anybody called until you got back home. I'm not decrying those days. I'm not saying it was better. I'm just saying it's different. And people get addicted to everything. So people addicted to cell phones, people addicted to talking on the phone, or, being online or spending money. I don't trust our society to use it in moderation to where it won't become a net negative, but we'll see. I'm surprised a lot because I'm often wrong.
Okay. For FINRA, Robinhood, they filed an opposition to my motion. And let me tell you guys something. In my motion, of course, I want the courts to make a decision on shutting down the dark pools.
Well, they're not going to shut down the dark pools. And if you understood what the dark pools were, you wouldn't want them to shut down either. But they don't even. This is so ridiculous. Okay. Society are the means of someone else's success. There's got to be a greater fool, Whether it's crypto or the latest trends in shampoo and conditioner. Somebody's got to buy that crap so that Procter & Gamble or whoever, Unilever, can make more money and pass along to their shareholders. But mainly, they're the insiders, right? Months without listening to voicemail. I've started doing this too. I'll tell the story about my phone later on or another time, but I've been having phone problems lately, and as a result, I kind of unreachable a lot of the time, which is great. I fucking love it. I don't even want to get a new phone at this point. It's been like 2-3 weeks. I don't even care. I don't want a phone that works right. Now, work would probably beg to differ on that. But me, I love it. I haven't been bothered in like 3 weeks. It's great.
They are terrified of that. They are terrified of getting an accurate share count of AMC and GME and turning over those glue sheets. They are terrified of that. But all I ask...
Well, there's no evidence to support that.
Was to oversee the scheduling conference. I want it done under the supervision of the courts so that these attorneys don't engage in anything that I might consider questionable. And
well, okay, so who are you? Who are you to consider something questionable? I'll tell you what's questionable. Pretending like you can practice law. Pretending like you know how to practice law when you're a disbarred attorney. And you have no legal right. You are actually forbidden to practice law as a result of your disbarment. Yet, this clown, here he is pretending to be a lawyer, pretending like he's going to get results. He's going to get the dark pool shut down. He's going to get the blue sheets. Right. MMTLP couldn't get the blue sheets. There's no reason. They have zero actual claim to it. But we see how reluctant or how much evidence, actual evidence, of which there was none for MMTLP. Let me be clear. There's no evidence. And consequently, they didn't release the blue sheets. And I believe that's exactly what they said. There's no reason we don't have any. There's no reason for us to do this, and it would actually create more problems and privacy disclosures. As a result, it would create more trouble than it would resolve, essentially. And you have even less evidence here, it would seem. So. I'll consider myself lucky on that one. Although I'm sure that you'd be
from Citadel, Ken Griffin,
a fabulous person to talk to, Charlotte.
Supervising the scheduling conference. Now, why would they do that? Okay,
because they know it's never going to be scheduled. Because they know that this is never going anywhere. Probably. I mean, that's my guess.
Supervise the scheduling conference. Why are they opposed to that? And in my mind, it's because they have certain things that they might want to do that the court might not be comfortable with. Okay?
Oh, okay.
If you don't plan on doing anything that's questionable, what difference would it make if we did it in your office or if we did it under the supervision of the court?
I don't know, but that sounds like a pretty goddamn good straw man argument you got there, Donahue George. Excuse me, right? Excuse me. If they don't have a problem with it, if there's not some other reason, then what difference should it make where we do it? Yeah, good argument. Great.
The fact that these guys are fighting hard.
Another one, I can feel another straw man argument coming.
The courts being on top of it is, in my opinion, a very telling sign.
No, it's not.
There is something going on.
Oh, give me a fucking break. You know what? You know what's going on behind the scenes? They know that you are a fucking loser piece of shit who has absolutely zero fucking clue about anything, about stocks, about the fucking law, about technology, about fucking human emotions and psychology, everything. You are fucking clueless. Did I miss anything? Did I miss anything? Fashion. That's irrelevant to this discussion. They know that you have no clue. So why the fuck would they? Why? I guarantee. Damn. Wow. That's all I got to say. Wow.
I am not privy to. Okay? It's very, very simple. Let's have the courts supervise the scheduling conference. I mean, that is a very simple request, yet they are fighting tooth and nail.
But just because you think something is simple, okay? You think something is simple and easy and it's not a big deal. I get that. That's what you think, okay? The fact that somebody opposes that doesn't mean that they have something to hide. That doesn't mean that there's an ulterior motive of why somebody doesn't want to do something or doesn't want to be certain ways. Like, that is such a childish, this is such a childish thought process that this guy has. Oh, they're fighting me on this, so clearly they have something to hide. No, actually, they probably don't. But, there are rules and ways things are done. Just because somebody wants to follow those doesn't mean they want to go by the letter of the regulation or the procedure. They're not going to go off script for me. They won't grant me that liberty. So clearly they're guilty. No. I mean, but this is par for the course. This is exactly what we would expect from somebody who has based their whole belief. Remember, I believe, Donahue George believes, on assumptions. Faulty ones. Ones based on ignorant fucking concepts. Come on. You've got to be kidding me. And this guy's monetized again? I mean, come on. What a joke. What a fucking joke.
It's done under the supervision of the courts. And in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, I don't know what's in their head. I don't know what they're thinking. But if you're not going to do anything that was questionable in a scheduling conference, what difference would it make if it was done under the supervision of the court or if it was done in the office? The fact that they're fighting that tells me that something else is going on, or they plan on doing something that they might not want the courts privy to at the time. I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure of what they want to do. But what I'm asking is for the courts to supervise it, and all these attorneys from Ken Griffin, FINRA, they don't want to see it happen. They don't want the courts involved yet. Tells me that that's further evidence that the courts should be involved. Let me tell you guys something. While, in my opinion, what they're doing, or what Citadel is doing, is a violation of our antitrust laws. They are the market maker, the hedge fund, and the dog pool. That is a monopoly that should not legally exist in the United States of America, given our RICO laws, given our antitrust laws. But that's not what's scaring them the most, in my opinion. What's scaring these guys the most is getting an accurate share count of AMC and GME and having to turn over those blue sheets. They don't want to do that. They don't want to do that. The RICO case, they can drag that out forever. But if I get the preliminary injunction and the judge orders no trading of AMC and GME in the dog pools until we get those blue sheets, until we get an audited average share count, that is gonna expose
audited average share count,
a lot of fraud and corruption in the market.
I mean, come on. This is what I cannot fucking believe, that this is what we're still talking about in 2024. This is the same shit that they talked about in 2021. We need a share count. That will expose the fraud and corruption. Well, no, you didn't get a share count. I mean, well, actually, there were. Not the way that they wanted. And it didn't expose any fraud or corruption. The price kept going fucking down. You got taken for a fucking ride, and you're still sitting here saying the same shit that you said before the train had left the station. Now the train's back in the station, and you're saying the same shit. What the fuck am I missing here? This is brain dead.
And they cannot let that happen. So they're fighting tooth and nail to
narcissistic, inflated, ego. He thinks that he's got him against the ropes. I mean, come on, give me a fucking break.
Get the scheduling conference done outside the purview of the courts. And if you're not planning on doing anything questionable, what difference would it make if we did?
That's that's a garbage argument right there, Donnie, because that's the same argument that Elon Musk tried to make. I think it was Elon Musk. Like, what did he say? Or was he the one? Was he against it? I forget. Honestly, I forget, because it was garbage at the time. But like, if you don't have anything to hide, then what are you worried about? Why are you worried about privacy? I can't remember which side of that he was on. I could see it either way. Older Elon Musk from like pre-Trump would have been like, yeah, no, you shouldn't give up your privacy even if you don't have anything to hide. But post-Donald Trump, who knows? Anyway, Just because somebody doesn't do what you think that they should do or you want them to do, just because they don't do that, that doesn't mean that they're hiding something from you. Grow the fuck up.
Watching. Anyway, please leave some comments. Tell me.
Wow, that one was fucking rough. Okay. Let's check in on the futures. What do we got here? And we got no futures. There we go. We got futures. Okay. Okay, so we had a little pump. Now we got a little dump. It's all in good fun. It's all fun and games until, somebody. It's all fun and games until the CFO jumps off the building. That's what I always say. I mean, I'm sure that's what Lynn always used to say too, being in corporate America. It's all fun and games until the CFO splats. Okay. What do we got going on here? I really need to get back into working on my auctioneering chant practice. Sometimes I just have the desire to break into it, but it would be embarrassing at this point. Okay. So, wow. Okay. All right. There's a complete picture. So, S&P, so everything's basically unchanged at this point. So, it's snaked up. It's coming back down. Look at the dollar down here in the lower right. It's making its comeback. And so we typically see an inverse correlation between the dollar and stocks. So, for example, right here, this point on all of the graphs, because I have the line synchronized, well, that's where the market seems to turn down. It happens a little bit earlier or later on the NASDAQ here, and it happens a little bit later, it looks like on the Russell here, although it's about the same time. So, if you zoom in, these correlations hold pretty much. And I think that generally right now, a lot of the changes in price that we see on a daily basis, certainly not all, but a good bit of it is due to fluctuations in the dollar. So when the dollar goes down, stock prices go up. When the dollar goes up, stock prices generally go down, as we can see here. So, and that's more or less an algorithmic thing. So there's not somebody sitting there buying and selling manually based on the dollar. It's tied to it, which is interesting. And it makes sense, right? Because if the dollar changes its value relative to other currencies, that affects prices. It affects prices, especially in multinational companies that deal with different currencies. So, but, of course, as we sit here and talk about this, of course, now looks like we may be getting what's, looking like a little bit of one of our famous V-shaped reversals that we have a million of these days. Although, look at the dollar. It gapped up there. So short-term price action is fascinating, but it's also infuriating, as I'm sure people know or have also found it. I find it to be absolutely fascinating. Yes. Hey, there he is. So a lot of times, it's like, what the hell else? There, especially lately, with the last couple weeks we've had on some of these economic data points, it's like, things are pretty much unchanged a lot of times. And then throughout the intraday, it kind of goes with the dollar. So, it can be useful if you're trading based on 1 minute charts and day trading options or something, and on this particular underlying that's so heavily correlated inversely or, whatever in this case. If the market is, I'll flip back and forth to the DXY while I'm trading to see, okay, can I glean anything about the trend here from what's happening in the dollar, like right now? So the market wants to push lower. We got a smaller red candle on the dollar. How is this going to resolve? If the dollar continues to go down, you should see this reverse and go up. But we just had this pop up to a doji. Now it's green. So we expect the stock market to go down a little bit. And now it just moderated a little bit, and we saw this pop up. So it can be useful, not always. Sometimes they run together, and it's completely a wash as far as, all right, which way is it going to go? There is no silver bullet. There is no magic wand, unfortunately. But sometimes you can just tell. That's the other thing. Sometimes you can just tell. Sometimes you think you can just tell, and boy, are you wrong. Anyway, what else we got here today? I had a couple things here that I found, which is odd. I actually have something. Okay. I found this article. I don't know where I find this stuff. What gimmicks is AMC Theaters introducing this week? Now, this is what the apes call a FUD article. So oil up, markets down. Oil's down, actually. Let's see if I can show this here on a 30-minute chart. It's barely down, I guess, but it did gap lower. It looks like it closed about 81 on Friday, and it's currently in the 80, 67 range. But that one's less clear cut. That one is definitely less clear cut. Have I gotten to the Ethan phone call? No. Sure haven't, but we can do that. We can do that very soon, I think. I think I downloaded it, or I was going to. So, let me. This is. Let's get a video. Let's get a voice chat going here. Also, if anybody's interested in popping in the voice chat, come on in. The water's fine. Or it will be fine once I get it set up. In the meantime, here, let's do this. Okay, let me just... double squeeze. Oh, a double squeeze. Where's Model 3 dude? Is he still here? We got New York Angie here for you.
I have been waiting for. The main inspiration for the SEC's new proposals is
wow.
This one. Remember how
double squeeze. Love it.
SEC probe, a lot of brokers send out subpoenas to find out how many of the retail orders are routed through the dark pools, how many of the orders are not actually executed simultaneously, put on hold, and executed after the market closes. This was actually reported from Reuters and indicate that SEC sent out subpoenas to a bunch of brokers, and SEC demanded to see the records of how the brokers and the companies associated with executing orders on the market are simply handling retail orders. They want to see how the orders are routed, executed, and filled. And this was not a casual code. This was not some WhatsApp probe. This was probe against dark pool and against particular inefficiencies on the market created by the brokers. Just have to follow the trend line right after these probes and subpoenas and receive all the information potentially from the brokers. This is when SEC and Gary Gensler proposed the 5 crazy proposals that we saw yesterday are trying to be stopped at any price. Look at this. SEC Enforcement Division is investigating whether retail customers are receiving best prices and the most efficient execution for their trades. So you understand what we're talking about. Citadel and Ken Griffin said that they're ready to go on a fight to sue the SEC and go in court. This is where the SEC is so, bullish on winning potential lawsuit because they collected as much as evidences from the brokers. So this is why they probably have the economics and they have the data to support all the statements and all the proposals. Because as you can see over here, the regulator is also asking about payments that some retail brokers receive from exchanges and trading firms in exchange for directing customers' orders to these particular platforms. And let me get straight to the point. I don't see here saying payment for order flow. They're simply looking for, did someone paid you to move these particular orders from here to here?
Well, no,
don't talk about flow that much because it's such a fucking non-issue. You're the only ones that care about payment for order flow, you fucking twat.
Well, hello to you too, sir.
I like to come out and surprise people.
Yeah, so noisy Korax, ladies and gentlemen. Well, let's see what he's got shown on the screen here. Says the SEC's Enforcement Division is investigating whether retail customers are receiving the best price and the most efficient execution for their trades. The regulator is also asking about the payments that some retail brokers receive from exchanges and trading firms in exchange for directing customer orders to those platforms.
Sounds like
that is payment for order flow. Yes, 100%. 100%.
And I'll reiterate that, and you may not take this as being truthful, but every time that I've looked it up, it's been backed up. When Doug Sifu was on, he said most of his transactions are not payment for order flow because go figure, the biggest brokers, Fidelity and Vanguard, don't do payment for order flow, and they're the ones with all the big retirement funds and everything. And that's the reason why they don't have to do payment for order flow. They collect fees for managing these accounts. So if you don't want payment for order flow, stop using shitty.
Stop using them. Exactly. And also Ken Griffin has gone on the record saying payment for order flow is an expense for me. I would prefer not to. Yes, it's an expense. We pay out. Now, they still make a lot of money, but who doesn't want to reduce their costs? I mean, so
because for the market makers, it's an expense. They
correct
pay the broker to get those orders routed to them so that they can make money on the spread. It's beneficial for the broker. It's not See, that's what's with all these, like some of these free sites, like say Robinhood or Webull, or, and I'm not going to deny that, they brought a lot of new.
They bring something to the table. They do. Yes, they absolutely do. But if you are a sophisticated investor, yes.
You.
Right. Well,
you're getting something for free. You are the product.
Yeah. And in a way, it's simply in line with everything else. Everything else has gone to these type of models, right? Where like a freemium or a free model that is not really free, but maybe it's advertiser supported or something like that. This is just an extension of that in my mind. And whether are you okay with it? Fine, use it. Are you not okay with it? That's fine. Don't use it. But it exists. It's there. It's legal, and it's not probably. I mean, okay, fine. I'll say it. It's not going away. It's not going away. So, I mean, all these fantasies these guys have, they're just that. They're fantasies. They're not rooted in any reality because the system works by and large. You just have to not be an idiot. That's the key. And that's the point. None of this shit is designed to make dumbass retards become generationally wealthy. At the bottom of this line is this. You still have to not be a complete fucking idiot. Okay.
And I would say that's a good underlying point, is that the system on the whole does work. These fucking idiots pointing out the 0.00001% of the time it doesn't, does not mean that the system on the whole works. But because of their little fucking conspiracy theories, they're like pointing out these little niche things of, oh, the SEC went after this guy for this little bit or this one little side transaction action. And yes, the SEC should do that. They are the regulator. But don't get it twisted that this is something that happens all the time, in the general market.
Right. And I, Model 3 dude says commission-free trading brought the gamblers to investing, and that's why we have what we have now. And the only thing I would add to this is Robinhood came out in 2018. They've been out since 2018, but I mean, and you could argue that some things happened then, but there are probably other explanations for it. Besides, Robinhood wasn't that popular then. But I would say that it was the access to these platforms during COVID with a pocket full of money specifically.
Yes.
Like Robinhood was the essential part.
Gasoline on the fire.
But the gasoline, the dry powder, the kindling was the pandemic and the response to it. That's the only thing I would expound on that, because without Robinhood, you probably don't have the flood of other commission-free apps, and the people that they brought with them. The second most popular of which I think is Webull. I think. Yeah. It seems like
there's a couple of them. There's like Webull, Utaro. There's.
I don't know that one.
Yeah. There's a bunch of different ones that you can use.
Yeah.
But I'd say Webull's the next thing, because the way I've always looked at it is Webull is for the new babies that they don't want anything very specific as far as information about the company. They just want to see number go up.
True.
Then you have Webull, which gives you a lot more chart data.
You mean Robinhood? The first one you mentioned was Robinhood. Yeah. Then Webull is like a little bit more advanced.
Yeah.
Now, the thing I don't like about Webull, and I'll say it is, it's okay, but I don't like that by default, as a new user, you're getting delayed quotes on certain things like options.
And then you have to pay for real
quotes. But now, if you are trading options, if you have applied to trade options, then hopefully you realize that, and you don't think that you're looking at live quotes. And it is a pain in the ass to trade on one.
Live quotes on Fidelity for options. And that's what the $2 goes to. Not only do you get live quotes on options, but you also get level 2 trading data. So.
Oh, really? Because I had a Fidelity account that had a 0 balance, and I was using Active Trader Pro with real-time data on everything.
You get real-time quotes on the actual stocks.
No.
I don't know.
On options.
Oh, on
yes.
Options? Okay.
Now this was.
I'll retract that.
Now.
That's true.
Well, don't retract it so quickly. This was a while ago. This was like 2 years ago. So I don't know if it's still I haven't been in the app lately at all. So I don't even know if the accounts, they might have closed the account.
My impression, because I started on Webull, and I know when I've done options on Fidelity, it is and it may just be that options are way more illiquid than trading the underlying stock, but getting a fill is a pain in the dick.
A lot of them are though. Yeah, depending on
through the dark to find the price that people will buy at.
Yeah, well,
because
depending on a lot of the single name, like individual stocks, particularly on like weekly expirations. I mean, there's some that I was surprised at. Like, what was it I was looking at? I can't remember if it was Sherwin-Williams or U.S. Steel. I think it was U.S. Steel, because they just recently had some shit happen. Now, so I was looking at, the option chain. Hardly any volume, no open interest. I mean, I was really surprised because historically that's like one of the most, crazy important stock in history. But now it's like, U.S. Steel, they're going to get bought by a Japanese company, maybe. The ticker of the symbol.
Is that trade still under review?
I think so. Yeah, the ticker for
that last year being announced.
Mm-hmm. Ticker for U.S. Steel is X, and I know that Elon Musk wishes that it could be the symbol for Twitter, or X.com. But anyway, they had some volatility recently, but anyway, but yeah, it was a completely illiquid option chain. I was surprised, but yeah. Let's see here. Lynn says there's no commission free. You pay somewhere by watching ads or processing or withdrawal fees. You may not see it, but you pay somewhere. Well, yeah, I mean, 100%. There's no free lunch. And yeah, I mean, the whole point of this thing that we're playing around with here, this whole enterprise of enterprises, if you will, is business, making money, profit. So how can anybody think that you're owed something for free? Like, how can anybody think that you are getting something for free? And how can anybody think that with so much money at stake every day that, that you're just going to be able to waltz in and dominate? Like you could walk onto a court during the fucking NBA All-Star game and dominate because, yeah, I'm not a professional player. I'm a sleeper, MVP. No, you are someone who's going to make a complete jackass of yourself. And we see that every day on YouTube. It's fascinating.
And that's why I don't get too into where I trade at is exactly the level I want to trade at. And
and that's up to you. Right.
And even for someone like me, there's things I don't get involved in because I know exactly the kind of people I'd be trading against. And it's fucking stupid.
But how did you learn that though? Did you learn it by doing it and fucking it up? Yeah. Okay. So I mean, I legitimately am asking because some people will do that, basically just kind of jump into it and whatever, or other people will, I feel like Data Zero's, his followers, they're the kind that, they need somebody to listen to and trust, and they've latched onto him, even though we hear all the ridiculous bullshit that he says. Oh, I'm the greatest analyst ever. Even though in December he was saying, how can the market continue to go up? It's clearly it's going to go down. This is a shorting signal. Okay. Well, now it's 8% higher. Yeah.
We had this discussion. I don't know if we had
probably
or during one of these live streams of
yes,
talking about cults with people who don't know things, who have an urge to find people who at least put on a persona that they know things, follow them blindly.
Yep. Okay. I'm downloading this. I'm just going to pull it locally to my computer.
I'm going to also send you a link here in case some people are not familiar with Ethan through my.
Yeah. How can we get familiar with him quickly?
I just want to post this. I just dropped it down in general. Go to that Reddit link to give you a taste of the kind of crazy that Ethan is.
Okay.
I have some videos on my channel that
I haven't really talked about this guy that much. So this is an AMC guy. Can you give an explain like I'm five explanation of who this guy is?
Click to explain, but the thing I really want to show is the thing that's at the top, the actual OP image, not the one that went to my comment. Yeah, that.
Okay.
So Ethan is here's a little back history on Ethan. Ethan is one of the objectors from the AMC settlement lawsuit. He was one of the ones that were the pro se filers. He is not only insane, crazy, unhinged, but also dumb.
Okay.
He fancies himself as a legal expert when he most assuredly is not. And he is the founder of the Project Popcorn Group, which is a group of shareholders that are real ass hurt about Adam Aron, which, that on its face is not necessarily a bad thing. Adam Aron has done some pretty skeezy stuff with this company, or some pretty questionable stuff with this company, at the very least, with how it's been managed. However, this is a group of people who have done some things in the past. He and his group, as has been chronicled on my channel in the Prince's Amount Stupid series, had a live stream not too long ago where they threatened violence against Adam Aron, physical violence at one of they were planning to protest in front of the AMC headquarters, which is just a hop and a skip down from where I live. and which was also became a point of contention because now they all think that I work for AMC, which I find fucking hilarious. They were also threatening violence against Gary Gensler. Me and Lynn. Lynn probably remembers that episode because we had our moment of contacting the FBI to let them know of this wonderful domestic terrorist cell because that's what it is. Surprisingly, shortly afterwards, they got a call. They had that one of the members said that they had a visit from the FBI. So,
yeah. Okay.
That's his group. Ethan has also threatened that he's going to sue me, but like most of these people, they don't know which side is up or down, let alone be able to, actually sue someone. His most recent activity was supporting Mr. Nelson Willis, who was sending threats of a anti-Semitic variety to Aron during the course of the litigation in Delaware. Aron went to file for a restraining order, but when it was told that he had to appear in Texas to, get this restraining order, he quietly decided to withdraw it. So Mr. Willis decided with Ethan's help to sue him back. And that's currently ongoing right now and is its own little thing that I'm also covering on my channel that is hilariously entertaining, but not in any good way. It's like peanut gallery munching material, but
yeah,
wouldn't wish this on anyone really. Dealing with a crazy unhinged guy who believes that the earth is flat and that space does not exist and we have not been to the moon.
Oh boy.
Highly anti-Semitic. If you go down to the comment that was actually the link that was from mine, you will see an image of him making death threats against AMC influencers and using Nazi imagery to...
There it is.
Yes, that one.
Wow.
As he says that he's going to line these people up facing a firing squad while, Nazi imagery is playing in the clip.
Wow.
This is the kind of person these are the kind of people that Ethan Leibovitz supports. And the kind of person Ethan is.
Okay. So,
he's a Jew, by the way, I would mention. He's also Jewish.
Oh, he's Jewish? Oh,
totally
okay. Oh, man.
Because it's against the right people. I'm sure there's a lot of people.
I don't think that's how it works. I'm not so sure about that.
I'm sure there's a lot of people who try to Holocaust by saying stuff like that.
Let me ask my private equity employer tomorrow, but I don't think that that's how it works.
Yeah, no. I don't know how that works.
So here's your channel, by the way, and looks like you're coming up on 1,000 subs. That's pretty awesome.
Really close, yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. So this is good. This is, I wish I had time to do more and be more involved in, what's going on and collaborate more. But
there's a lot of stuff, get left on the cutting room floor because I don't have. I still work. I don't have enough to make YouTube my job, unfortunately.
Yeah, no. Oh, no. And I don't know that I would want to in this, to be honest. If I were able to make a living doing YouTube, I would want it to be doing something more productive than, reacting to these clowns. And I wouldn't want it to be in finance either. It would be like, DIY or something like that, like creative, this to me, this is more of a public service. This is how it kind of started, to be honest, like
that is kind of how I started in on doing the lawsuit stuff as a public notice to people who were.
Yeah. So it's kind of like, it's a nonprofit entity for me. So, but yeah.
I've played with the idea of doing stuff like that because I like doing hardware tech stuff and I also like to travel. So maybe at some point, when I get to that,
it says up here.
I have a good name for it. It'd be its own channel, and I would call it As the Crow Flies.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Nice. It says here, political, sports, finance, and current events content of a bird that doesn't know how to close his beak. And, well, yeah. All right. Let's see. Alkin Media is an NGO. Yes, it is. Yes. The funny thing about that is how that whole Alkin thing started was Lynn mistyped my name once as Scott. I can't remember
where that came
I can't remember if it was if it was just Alkin or if it was Scoot or Skip Alkin, but she misspelled it, mistypoed it into the chat during a live stream, and it it stuck because we're opportunists, right? So we take the opportunities, we run with them, and it who knows where it will end up.
Not an IPO. It's not an IPO, Lynn. We're going to go SPAC.
SPAC. Yeah, I laughed. I did laugh, and I saw the potential. So my dream, my ultimate goal is to have an OTC stock listing for Alkin Media. Then we can pump and dump do our own pump and dumps all day long as much as we want. We treat it as our personal piggy bank. And that was a joke.
Back us up as we do it.
Totally joking. Yeah. But that's where it came from, in case anybody was wondering, or in case you were. I forget even sometimes, but because it's so real to me. But anyway, so let's see here. Now, somehow we got to work into this, and I think it will be easy. The theme or the title, The Real Crime of meme stocks. What is the real crime? Because there is something going on here that's, not quite right. And with this thumbnail, I was trying to capture some of the possibilities. Is it Adam Aron? Is he the criminal? Is it the pumpers? Is it Trey? Is it BAM investor who just, BAM's back? He came back this past week.
Yeah.
Is it Ken Griffin? I almost put a picture of Doug Sifu on here, but I couldn't really fit it in. I could have put him like dueling, like, face to face, like Doug versus Ken type of thing. When in reality, it's Doug and Ken. They're on the same quote unquote side. Probably they're probably friends. I mean, honestly. Mm-hmm. And it's whatever. But I didn't end up putting him because I didn't know if people would recognize who he was. But I don't
know. People might recognize him more now because he's really on Twitter.
Yeah, he is
involved with things.
He is. So, yeah, but the real crime. Is it the naked shorting? Is it this or that? Is it the tokenized stocks, which, if you can believe, is also making a comeback again too? Which it never really goes away, but every once in a while they start talking about FTX again and blah 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 blah. So, what is the real crime?
FTX has been dead for almost a year now.
I know, it's crazy to believe. So, Manuel said I don't know where he said this. Where was the original quote said?
He said it in my live stream.
Okay. Last night. Aha. Yeah. Why don't you say? Why don't you? Because you were there and you can give the context.
Yeah. Let me. I'd have to get the con.
So basically, Yeah. Basically,
the real crime is the pumpers, the people who got involved. The real crime was investing in a shitco.
There it is. The real crime was investing in a shitco. And it's like, oh, wow. Yeah, that's it. Because for me, I feel like
hurting yourself if you don't do research before you invest. And stop calling your little gambling sprees investment. You are speculating. If you sit down with the old school investors like Ben Graham, they would call what you're doing speculation. You are not investing. You are gambling.
Teddy Zane. No Teddy Zane. What about Teddy Zane? Is he gone? Did he leave? He kind of pivoted, I think, to something else. He's one of the few that actually acknowledged my existence. and he did it in a very huge way. But yeah. Sorry. Hobbyist.
Official Teddy Zane warrior. He's like macho dude bro kind of.
It used to be Doge Warrior, like as in Dogecoin. But I didn't realize actually that it's now just Warrior. Did you guys, Model 3 dude, did you realize that he dropped the Doge? Interesting. But check this out. Okay, I lied. I lied. Maybe he deleted the video.
Maybe.
Damn. Okay. Well, I know I have it. I have it because I reacted to it. Maybe it's... I don't think it... Is this? I don't think it's this one. God damn in this fucking music.
He is one of these like alpha male wannabes.
Why does it... I don't know why it came up. Did I comment on this? I don't see myself there anywhere. I don't know why it came up with Alan for that, but I'll have to find it. I'll find the video for my on my channel. But anyway, reference to the who first said Scott fucking Allen. Oh, I missed this. Yeah, Model 3 dude earlier, just a few seconds ago, said just like Scott fucking Allen. Well, this guy Teddy Zane was the guy who said that. He said Scott fucking Allen. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay, thank you. Which yeah, it's pretty funny. Let's see here.
I got a clippable quote like that from Ethan, where in a live stream he says he was commenting that Twitter now lets you listen to spaces anonymously, and he said, "Oh, there's five people listening in spaces anonymously. That's why I wasn't counting total viewers like Twitter was." And he got to the end of it, and he says, "Man, I wonder who's listening anonymously. I bet it's that noisy Correx piece of shit."
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Okay. We'll get to the Ethan. We'll do Ethan momentarily right after this, but
but you got
my message.
This is it here.
And suddenly it made sense. So let's check this out.
Yeah, let's check it out. Sounds like you're high, Scott. What are you doing?
This fucking moron though. I am still friends with Ape Father, so no hard feelings, bro. I do like you. It's all good.
Oh, I remember this guy.
This douche fuck.
You're being a little bitch.
He goes by the name of Scott Allen.
Yeah, I think you've seen this.
Yeah, I think you did.
Fuck you,
Scott fucking Allen.
He's trying so hard to be like Macho Man Red.
I know.
Savage without the accent.
Oh God.
He's one of these like alpha male crybaby.
Yep. This is from June 15th, 2022. Damn, how time flies. All right.
Years.
That's that's enough of that, but which led to Scott Allen is watching. Right. That's right. Right. That's right. That was a thing for a while. Also, wait a minute. I don't want to do this on the stream in case it reveals anything incriminating. Not really.
Yeah, Ethan might come and try and sue you next.
Right. Scott Allen is always watching was another variation of that. Yeah, Scott Allen. Anyway, let's get this. Let's see here. This phone call clip here. So,
you'll want to, like I said in the chat, you'll want to skip ahead. I think it's like about a minute or so because he says their phone out loud. And I get it's their business number probably, but I just
no, that's fine. Yeah. Oh, I don't want to
adjacently do stuff like that.
I certainly don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. So I'll skip 2 minutes in. Is that good? It's 2 minutes.
Probably because he tries to call her the first time and the call drops because I guess it's her cell phone or something like that, and she was somewhere that messed with the signal or something.
Okay. Let me see here. I know there's not any.
get ready for full-on cringe because this guy has only one volume and it's 11.
Oh God. Okay, I'll ride the volume fader then.
He gets animated really quick.
Whoops. What am I doing here? I got something weird here is going on. Oh shoot, I changed that. Nope. Well, I've messed everything up here. Well.
Going out with the right time and everything.
And who's the who's administrating the postcard notice?
Honestly, my colleague James is the lead counsel on this, so you have.
Okay, pause here. There's a little bit of story time for that one.
Okay. Okay.
So, in the AMC lawsuit, the postcard notice was administered by I think it's Strategic Claims Services.
Okay.
They basically do a lot of services like this for lawsuits where they will make sure that the notice goes out to the brokers and to the and to the people who directly own it so that they get their notice of the settlement being pendency and all that stuff and can respond to the settlement if they want to in court. Well, since this was an expedited case, things of course got a little gunky. So SCS sent notice out to a lot of brokers, and in spite of everyone's hate of a certain broker, guess which one was the one that had most of the shares of AMC held beneficially for their customers?
Right. Robinhood, right?
Yes. Robinhood required 2 notices. They tried to contact them at the beginning, got no response from Robinhood, and then about 2 weeks before the settlement deadline to get your written
postcard.
Well, not to get your written brief into the court so that you could.
Right.
Hearing.
Okay.
Robinhood finally got their notice, and it probably took them a bit to get that notice out. So there was a lot of shareholders because, postage and getting the postcards and sending out the notice that didn't get their postcards till like a few days before the deadline or after the deadline. Where it's kind of moot at that point. The court's not going to extend it. So there was some kerfungling with Ethan and his merry gang of imbeciles to try and get the court to extend the deadline. The court would not extend the deadline because Delaware law, and by extension federal law, because they borrow a lot from the Delaware Court of Chancery on these sorts of things,
right,
is that if you own your shares beneficially through a broker or some other third party, instead of owning them directly, you're directly the owner, it is on you to be on notice of the settlement.
Right.
They can't.
They don't know who you are. The company doesn't know who you are.
Exactly.
Right.
The company doesn't know who you are. They just know Fidelity owns it, and they got the notice out to Fidelity.
Yeah.
So
right.
It is on you. If Fidelity doesn't give you the notice, tough fucking noogies. We noticed you.
Right.
We noticed the third party entity that owns your shares for you.
And more generally, more broadly here, I think it's worth mentioning that everybody who is bitching about this knew about all of this.
Yes,
like
that's the other point that was brought up.
It would and the court's going to look at that. I would think. Like, wait a minute here. Was anybody actually harmed by this or not? Because it seems like everybody who was concerned about it already knows about it. So.
Yeah, this was brought up when Ethan tried to mention it in court. It's like, you have been filing multiple times on this, so you're clearly on notice of the settlement. So A, why does it matter to you? And B, if you're trying to say that, oh, well, I'm doing this for the people who don't know, you don't get to do that, Mr.
That's not
litigant.
Yeah, that's not your.
That's not how that works.
No.
You can't represent anybody. Go away.
Right. And what's the claim anyway? What's the what is the actual, like, I don't know, like what is the damage? Like, is there anything that you could actually even point to? Like,
I don't think. Well, here's the thing. In this case, at the very least, Ethan and his merry band of idiots created a sort of form that you could just fill in your name and stuff. That was basically the same arguments. Now,
right.
I understand that people love their petitions on the internet, but you know what? The court is about finding legal filings,
right?
Legal truths. It's about discovering who's right and wrong.
About evidence-based thinking.
You send in a brief, it doesn't matter how many times you fucking copy it and have your minions send it.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing, and the court will all treat them as one thing. That is one argument, and they will address the arguments. It doesn't matter how many fucking times you send it to the court.
Right.
This isn't like a democracy, guys.
Well, they think it's like
circles.
Pumping a meme stock. Like, if everybody buys it, then the price will have to go up, right? If everybody sends in the same copy of the letter, it'll be like it magnifies its effect, right?
Or it's like an election where, if 40,000 people send in the same argument and they all agree, then the court has to agree with us. No, there is court precedent. There is laws that are applicable. It doesn't matter how many people think that those laws are wrong. Go to your fucking congressman and change the laws then.
And for those people who are thinking like I was, just like the stock market, because, Ben Graham said, in the short term, it's a voting machine. In the long term, it's a weighing machine. I say yes, which is why, do we?
but that
anyway, I digress here.
That's why he's getting all niggly about the postcards. Who's doing the postcards? Who's doing the postcards?
Okay.
He's already got his conspiracy wheels turning.
Okay. All right. Okay, so that's kind of what we're hearing here at the beginning. I'm going to hit play.
Okay, then let me ask you this.
So who is he talking to here? That might be good to know.
He's talking to one of the lawyers. I'm going to have to give a little more story on this whole thing.
Okay, go ahead.
So in the middle of the 8th lawsuit, 2 lawyers, and I have some videos on my YouTube channel dealing with this case, filed a lawsuit against Antara based on the SEC short swing rules, where if you're an insider, either as a corporate, as a member of the corporate board or management, C-suite people, or you own, I think it's either 5 or 10%. I'm pretty sure it's 10% or more of the company.
Yeah, you're considered a director, right? At that point, you're an insider.
You're an insider.
Yeah.
And so you have different rules, where if you acquire a position, you have to wait a certain period of time before you can sell.
Mm-hmm.
Antara had 17% AMC they held because of their 27% ownership of APE. Because remember, APE was just preferred shares of AMC. They're collectively, along with common, considered equity ownership in the company. So they were subject to the short swing laws.
So the short swing rule, just for because I just briefly looked it up here, it requires company insiders to return to the company any profits from the purchase and sale of company stock if both transactions occur within a 6-month period. That is the part of the Securities Exchange Act of 1934, 16B. Okay.
And if you remember correctly, Antara was playing the arbitrage like I was during the AMC APE thing. So they were constantly buying and selling APE puts on AMC, which, and I don't exactly agree with this law on this, but they treat the purchasing of puts as if you sold shares.
Oh.
Now.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And they consider the purchase of calls buying shares.
Right.
Profits from the sell of either of those. Violation of the short swing rule.
Well, I mean,
that's what this lawsuit is about.
Okay. So what is it still ongoing?
It is currently in settlement talks right now. We'll get. Let me.
Okay. Yeah. No. Sorry. Yeah. Go for it.
No, that's fine.
All right.
So these 2 lawyers, one of the ones that he is talking to right now is Miss Tabbert, I believe. I can't remember her first name off the top of my head, but she's one of these lawyers that if you go through there, because this is one of the cool things with Pacer, if you see a lawyer's name on a filing, you can put them into the Pacer search and then get their entire legal history.
That's awesome. Yeah.
History. And I did that with all the lawyers on this litigation and found out that they're basically ambulance chasers. They go around, read public filings from the SEC when it and if they see something like this where they violate the short swing rule, they come in, they buy a few shares, and then they sue these people. And sometimes it works out, sometimes they fail to serve these people and it doesn't work out and they just voluntarily dismiss. But basically that's what they do. They go, Miss Tabbert and a bunch of these people, they just basically, they're lawyers, so they can pro se, buy a couple shares and file a pro se lawsuit suing them on SEC short swing rules, which is going to be important in this discussion later. Antara, I want to say in about October, appeared in the case and they came to terms for settlement. The settlement is $3.3 million.
To whom? That will just go back to AMC, right?
AMC.
Right. Yes. Yeah, because of that. That's what the remedy is for the short swing.
Because it's assumed that if it goes back to the company, that puts cash on their balance sheet. So that would be a way to recover for shareholders because the value of their shares would go up because the company has been given this cash calculated into the, so.
They're just their cash coffers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Their cash account.
Derivative lawsuit.
Yeah, it's on behalf of AMC. Correct, right. And we've seen these before. It's not the first one we've seen with AMC either. There was that one that had to do with Wanda and Linda Lau or whatever her name was, right?
Yeah.
Before, yeah. So, okay. So,
right now, because it's a derivative lawsuit on behalf of AMC, which means that AMC shareholders would be involved, and it's a settlement, AMC shareholders, as owners of AMC, since it's being done on behalf of AMC, have to say in if the settlement should be approved. So that's the point in this whole thing we're at. They have reached a settlement. The settlement has been approved between the two parties, but since the court is dealing with a settlement in the same way if it was a class action shareholder lawsuit, since it's more or less a class action lawsuit, the court has to give its thumbs up and approval for all the parties that cannot be there. It has to be generally approved by the class.
Ah, okay. So I've got a Bloomberg Law article up here about this is from June of last year.
Yes.
Yeah, it says, let's see, this suit. Wait a minute here now. It said something about phone calls. And, maybe you can speak to this. Hedge fund said in a court filing last month that it has been getting threatening phone calls from people claiming to be AMC stockholders.
Yep.
The filing asked a Delaware judge to block the theater operator's highly engaged base of retail investors from seeing confidential court files. It cited concerns that additional closers
More to that, but yes.
could, quote, threaten the health and safety, unquote, of Antara employees. The judge ultimately gave the investors restricted access.
Correct.
Okay.
They also were threatening the plaintiffs when they went to settle. Oh boy, the no voters did not like that, and they
I bet
threats to them as well, which was brought up in court filings.
Oh, wow. Okay.
One of them withdrew, though it was not explicitly said why they withdrew. One of the reasons was that it was kind of danced around, but the what was alluded to was that it was because he was just sick of getting all these threats.
Right. So this is the original lawsuit here. It looks like what I've got that I've been able to pull up on Bloomberg Law here.
Dennis Donahue and Mark Rubenstein.
Okay.
And she's one of the lawyers, Miriam
Tauber.
Tabber.
Okay, now question here: who are these guys? Dennis Donahue and Mark Rubenstein. They're just AMC shareholders, or
shareholders.
What?
The people that own shares.
Do we know anything about their background at all? Do we know anything about their background? Like, are they?
Yes, other than that, they are usually proxies for Miss Tauber and the other lawyer that's mentioned up there when they want to do these lawsuits. And I assume they get, when you do a lawsuit like this, whether it's a class action or a derivative lawsuit, there's a kickback as a part of that 3.3 billion that goes to the people who filed it. It's sort of like a finder's fee, a bounty, as it were, so that, people want to bring these litigations. It's good for corporate governance. It's good for,
So what was the impetus, you think, for this suit? Do you think it came from Donahue and Rubenstein, or do you think it came from the attorneys and they were looking for these types of opportunities to go after this type of thing, and Donahue and Rubenstein are the useful idiots in a way. Maybe it might not be idiots, but they're basically just the medium by which they can do this, because the lawyers can't do it themselves, basically, because they're not. They could.
Pro se, and in fact,
yeah, they could.
Lopez, I think it is, the other lawyer, David Lopez, has done a couple pro se ones on some.
Okay.
But it's just much easier for them because they will also get a payout as part of because they can submit their. It's much better for lawyers this way.
Yeah.
Not only do
they have a client, they're being paid, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And those fees would be paid by the defendant in a settlement. So
right.
You get a payout
Right.
not only for the plaintiffs, but for the lawyers at the same time.
Right. And who doesn't like that?
You will see all four of these people in a bunch of lawsuits because they all know that's an easy way to a quick payment.
So they're professionals at this, basically, is what you're saying. They're not. They don't care about AMC.
Those four names.
They're not. They don't care about AMC. This is just what they do.
Correct.
Basically.
If you go on Pacer and look up those four names. You'll find them all connected together, doing cases like this all the time.
I gotcha.
This is what
okay.
they do.
All right. Anything else for the background?
No, as for right now, no. That
okay. All right. Continuing on the call. So Ethan is talking to this lawyer, Miriam Tauber, Esquire here. Okay. Great. I don't need to copy it. All right, here we go.
You've represented these plaintiffs multiple times.
The plaintiff?
Yeah, Mr. Rubenstein and Dennis Donahue, multiple times.
Okay, yeah.
I like your matter of fact statement of just.
So I got a question.
Right. Yeah. What's that about? That's bizarre. Okay.
By practice, the plaintiff is a nominal plaintiff. It's really on behalf of the company, right? So the company gets most of the recovery.
I totally understand the dynamics here. The question I have for you is this. Antara got a windfall of over $800 million. Do you understand they rigged the vote? Do you understand the dynamics of what happened with Project Popcorn? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, this is where they get disconnected in the middle of the conversation.
Hello?
Like that.
Oh, okay. But it comes back. It comes.
2024. She hung up on me. 302.
Now notice how he's chronicling this because he thinks he's getting evidence on these operators.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
We'll get more. We'll get back to that at the end of this.
I'm going to be listening. I got to run downstairs to my kitchen real quick here, but I'll be listening, so I can't stop it. So I'll be back in a couple minutes.
I don't know. What's your last name, Ethan?
I got a question. Are you aware of Project Popcorn, the scheme?
I don't know anything to do with that. I know there's a lot of stuff going on with AMC, and we're not the only lawsuit.
I totally understand, but you're settling with Antara, a company
we're only settling one claim. We're settling a 16B claim.
But hold on.
Did you read the settlement agreement that was filed?
Miriam, can I have 1 minute, less than a minute to ask a question?
Yeah, but you keep asking me all these unrelated questions I don't know anything about, so I don't have. Go ahead. Ask me anything you want.
Unrelated, you're now settling with a company that helped and aided and abetted AMC in a Project Popcorn scheme to rig a vote. You're now settling with us putative class members are fully aware of the scheme called Project Popcorn. Are you aware of the elements of the scheme?
We don't know anything about that, but if you read the settlement agreement, what I'm trying to tell you is it's very limited. We're not settling all claims against Ontario.
I don't care. I don't even care. Miriam.
Another claim involving a different thing that it's not covered by our agreement.
Miriam, right? I'm going to ask you this. Miriam, hold on. Miriam, You're now releasing them of a claim that other people.
You don't understand what I'm saying.
Yes, I
Okay,
totally
I'm going to
understand.
cut in again here.
Them
Okay.
of is only one claim.
Why release them anyway, Miriam? Why are you releasing for a settlement of $3.2 million?
Do you know what our claim is?
Hey, Scott,
Of course I do.
Okay, so what's our claim?
Oh, you're asking me that they traded short-term gains, and they're not allowed to, in violation.
Purchases and sales, right?
Right now, here's the question I have you. Why were they allowed to?
We're not releasing other claims. We're not letting them off the hook for anything else.
Miriam, Miriam, at Mavinai Vrit.
Hey,
Miriam, at Mavinai Vrit. Do you speak Hebrew? Miriam, do you speak Hebrew?
I do, actually.
יפה, בוא נדבר עברית, זה נראה לי שאת לא מבינה ש...
I'm not like fluent in Hebrew. I mean, I understand if fluent American, you know, I'm not Israeli.
Miriam, here's the problem that us putative class members are going to expose you guys.
Yeah.
We're going to ambush.
What are you talking about?
Then listen, Miriam, how about this? You got the floor for whatever you want, and then allow me to speak. Let's do it. Go ahead. You got the flashlight right now. When the flashlight's in your hand, go ahead. You got the floor.
No, I don't even have to answer your phone call. Do you understand that? You're welcome to come to the hearing.
Ma'am, you're representing the class. You're representing the class, correct?
No, we're representing the company, AMC. It's a derivative.
You're not representing the company. They're a nominal defendant.
We're not. This is not a class action, okay? So this is a different kind of case. It's a derivative case.
Correct. You're suing, your client is suing a nominal defendant, AMC, and the defendants are Antara. Now, here's the problem I have with you. You are now settling, with a company that you don't even know why there's short-term windfall. I mean, when they flipped it.
That's why we have to settle, okay? AMC is probably going to declare bankruptcy, right? And if they declare bankruptcy, then everybody gets nothing.
Miriam, do you understand the scheme? I'm going to ask you one last time, because I'm now going to tell the district judge, that you and I had a colloquy, and you have no clue what Project Popcorn is.
Great, okay? Now, tell us to try anything you want.
How much money are you asking from the settlement?
I told you that my colleague James Hunter is in charge of this case, so I really want you to direct all questions to him. Have you spoken to him?
No, you're the first person I was going to speak to. Mr. Lopez?
No, James Hunter.
There's only two notice of appearances, one from Lopez and one from you.
No. Do you see James Hunter on there?
Hold on, parties. Represented by... You got David Lopez, Miriam Tauber, and
then James Hunter. You see him on there?
Nope.
Okay. Well, I don't know if we're looking at the right docket then, because
trust me, it's the right docket, sweetie.
Okay. Well,
docket entry is 23-04-985.
Trust me, it's the right document, sweetie.
Okay.
Wow.
Here, could you pause it for a second?
Yep. Go for it.
Okay. So what he was going into, and I think he explained it as you rolled it by, is he thinks, again, you got to put on your conspiracy caps here, your tinfoil hats.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks that Miriam and the other plaintiffs and their lawyers, instead of being your classic ambulance chasers, his conspiracy theory from the original AMC lawsuit is that it was not an actual lawsuit. What this was people that were hired by AMC to sue AMC, wait for it, and create a settlement which would release them from the claims so no actual AMC shareholders could sue AMC. Never mind the fact that lazy pieces of shit could get off their fucking ass to file the lawsuit themselves. So why would AMC need to do that? These people like constructing their little fantasy worlds after the fact to explain things. It's like how it's like with the JFK assassination. Well, we already have our conclusion that this must be this way. So how do we construct things to fit our bullshit narrative?
Yep. Oh yeah. And see, the problem is that that does happen. You know, it does happen, but it doesn't always happen. And it doesn't always happen when something that you don't want like when the outcome that you don't want happens, oh, well, we have to figure out how it's not my fault. How is it not my fault? How am I not wrong? Like, okay.
They thought that these people were heroes when they first sued, and then they settled. They were letting Aron off the hook, so now they have to be the bad guys.
I mean, don't these clowns understand like what percentage of lawsuits are settled? Like, what the fuck, especially in finance? Like, you think they're actually gonna fucking go? How often do these fucking things go to trial? That's like, I don't know, but
look up. Let me see if I can find the case here. But there is a case in. Let me get it out of my archives here. A case in the Delaware Court of Chancery that goes straight to that. It's Delaware precedent. It's Rome v. Archer. It's courts favor the mutual settlement of contested claims because it's a good use of judicial economy, because there's a bunch of cases that go to the system. And if two people can come to terms that solves their problems, good. Courts prefer that. So
right. Sorry, I believe I've got it here, but I this is more detail than I would prefer to. There's got to be a.
Yeah, that's the actual filing, but yeah,
right.
It's Rome v. Archer if you ever want to read it.
Yeah.
The basic gist of that ruling is courts prefer the amicable resolution between two parties of contested claims rather than going to trial.
Derivative action.
It goes through the entire process of how the settlement process works. Delaware Court of Chancery and in federal courts because they borrow a lot of Delaware precedent.
Okay.
So
gotcha.
That's basically what all of that is going over in that ruling, and that's from the Delaware Supreme Court. But that's the point that he doesn't seem to get is most of these end in settlement because it's expensive to go to trial.
Now here's something, and I'm just reading through this here real quick. This is from the Rome versus Archer filing. The objectants, which I love that word, objectants, who produced no evidence at the settlement hearing, renewed their motion for discovery after making certain deletions from the motion for production of documents. Sounds very, very, very familiar to shit that we've heard so much, you know?
Yeah. And here's the thing is that I keep getting back to is like they could have filed this lawsuit. They could have been the ones to file a lawsuit. As always with them, they are just too fucking lazy to get off their ass.
A day late and $1 short.
Shareholder.
Yep.
And so they settled. And so and so the other thing that's in Rome v. Archer and also in Polk v. Good is that there has to be a give and take if in a settlement. So a party has to, in order to get something, give up something. So if you want AMC to give you something, you have to give up the claims that you were suing them over. That's how that works. So that's what he's afraid of.
Right.
Like,
okay.
He's going to give up all these claims, but they've already been given up in the AMC Delaware case. If you have a settlement in a state court, that goes out to all federal courts as well. And it makes Delaware the jurisdiction for all claims under the settlement. So that's what he's afraid of, that these claims against Antara for the, but Miriam's pointing out, it's like, it's not all claims against Antara. It's all claims against Antara relating to the SEC's short swing violation.
Right. It's not a blanket.
Given up.
It's just for this issue. Right. Yeah. Just for this issue. He thinks that he can't sue them for anything in the future is what you're saying. That's what he thinks.
Which, yes, but also is irrelevant because that's already covered in the AMC Delaware case. But yes.
Yeah. Okay.
He thinks that it's just, she can give this broad thing. It's like, no, it can only be about the issues that were in the case.
All right.
Against the parties that were in the case.
Right.
Other parties.
Obviously, if something else were to come to light about some other issue having to do with the company and some other participants.
If it's within the bounds of the settlement, so like say
no, outside of the settlement, completely outside. Yeah, completely outside.
There's another short swing trade. Yes, you can sue them.
Yeah, but
doesn't bar them forever and eternity.
Right. Okay. All right. Continuing here.
I'm a ancillary co-counsel on this case, and I have an agreement with my counsel that he is the main counsel. And on this particular matter, I am deferring to my lead counsel on this, who is taking care of this matter. I really am very tangentially involved in this case. If it was any other case, I'd be happy to discuss the details with you. But this case, I'm taking a very passive role in it because my colleague James Hunter is the lead counsel.
All right, then let me ask you one last question, and then we could part our ways.
Okay.
Excuse me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I've laid the foundation, and I noticed that you guys have represented Mr. Rubenstein and Mr. Donahue multiple times.
Sure.
Are you guys hired by the defendants to procure settlements and releases?
I don't know what you're talking about. Every case is different, okay?
Then I'll explain it again. Miriam, I'm going to ask you this again because you're not aware of what happened in Delaware. And I've told you...
I'm only very, moderately aware, but I knew there's a case in Delaware. I don't know what happened.
Then Miriam, I'll lay it... I told you, let me have the flashlight for a second. You had it before.
Okay,
in Delaware...
Still to me, and I don't understand why... I don't need to entertain your phone call just to be, yelled at and badgered.
Yelled at?
Right?
I'm asking color...
I've seen on the internet, there's a lot of, negative things written about me and David Lopez, about my clients, everything else. I don't think you guys fully understand what's going on. Fine. So I'm not going to respond to that.
Boy, that is the understatement of the fucking century right there. You know? Holy shit. I don't think you guys understand what is going on in this case. I mean, listen to what she says. It
clearly doesn't.
It's great.
Entertain your...
Then Miriam, I'll lay it... I told you, let me have the flashlight for a second. You had it before. In Delaware...
You called her? I don't need to entertain your...
Right. God, what a clown. Listen to this here.
Then Miriam, I'll lay it... I told you, let me have the flashlight for a second. You had it before. In Delaware...
Still to me, and I don't understand why... I don't need to entertain your phone call just to be yelled at and badgered.
Yelled at?
Right?
I'm asking color...
I've seen on the internet, there's a lot of
You are yelling at her though, Ethan.
David Lopez, about my clients, everything.
Absolutely.
I don't think you guys fully understand what's going on here. Not in this case, but our practice and everything else. And that's fine. I'm not going to you guys on the internet, but obviously you guys are not lawyers.
Miriam. I'll ask you a very simple question. Why did the stock AMC go down from $45?
Oh, God.
If you can't answer that question, that means you're not fully versed on the action.
You tell me why.
How about this one? I'll do one better. I've put together a statement.
Jesus Christ.
That our shareholders are going to use when you file suit.
Okay.
And the statement of facts is 258 pages.
Oh, great.
Outlines, because we got discovery in Delaware. And both party attorneys out in Delaware opposed our motion. Our putative class members filed motions.
Okay.
Judge Zern in Delaware granted that motion, and we got discovery. And this is how we're privy to the scheme of the century called Project Popcorn. Now, I'll tell you, I don't want to bore you with all the elements, but listen to this very carefully. Project Popcorn in its genesis was conceived on January 27, 2021. It was memorialized on approximately November 3rd, 2021. Insiders front-ran Project Popcorn. What is Project Popcorn? Citibank and all these bad actors were naked short AMC. They needed shares. All of us shareholders did not want any more dilution.
Is that you laughing or is that her?
No, that's me.
Okay.
Like a fucking swamp witch because he's going.
Oh my God.
You understand? The bullet did an S curve before it hit Governor Connolly. It's like, shut up.
You can't. I mean, yeah. This is this is where it really kind of goes into pure desperation. Okay, this is cringe. I mean, wow, this is embarrassing.
That's why this is the first time to me listening the whole thing because I started listening.
Me too. Yeah.
All shouty with her.
I didn't listen to it.
With this conversation.
I didn't listen to it before this either, for this reason, because I knew it was going to be terrible. So, All right.
He wanted to donate $1,000 to eradicate the debt. Aron could not have it. Why? Because this is the scheme of the century. Long story short, Project Popcorn pivoted from a rights offering to an ATM, which is an outright dilution. You don't have to take my word. So what happens? They then move forward in ATM. May 17th, DF King with AMC, Citigroup, come up with a game plan, which is do the conversion reverse split. On May 25th, Riley Financial May 27th, reaches out to John Merriweather and Sean Goodman about the scheme that was implemented on 3 stocks, AVGR, AGRX, and OPGN on NASDAQ. The problem
is he talking about B. Riley, the financial services company, or who is that? Who he means by Riley? Is that what he said? I'm not sure.
Riley Financial is the group that
that's who he's referring to.
Of distributing the equity stake stuff.
Yeah. I was just making sure that's who he was referring to. So he's talking about this one. This one here is, and in fact, it's funny. I was looking at this list of the most highly shorted stocks on MarketWatch earlier, and it's right up there at the top. 82.
They've been the target of several short reports suggesting fraud at B. Riley Financial.
Yes.
That one. I just haven't gotten into it because
it's
been highly volatile, because it's also been catching on recently on Wall Street bets, and I'm just like, I'm not about that life right now.
No. Okay. I just wanted to, because I thought I heard Riley in there, but I just wanted to make sure that that was what I heard. Okay. All right. Continuing.
AMC's on New York. This scheme was using preferred reverse split conversion. All those 3 stocks got smoked subsequent to them being moved forward. NASDAQ and New York Stock Exchange are 2 different exchanges, 2 different standards. So they set precedents. This is all in emails. So they knew once they moved forward with preferred shares and conversion reverse split, it was going to smoke the stock. And that was their intent, because they needed the stock to go down. Okay. Did you understand? Now, how does Antara get involved? In order to rig the vote, they needed a hedge fund. So here's what happens. They move forward with Project Popcorn. They launch Ape. Ape tanks, and they knew it was going to take down. Why? Because institutions cannot hold preferred stock that's not in their index. So 78 million shares were sold off on day 1. The board committee set the price to sell Ape at the lowest. The floor was $2. It breaks 2, they lower the floor to 1. Now, why did they need that? Because back in May, Weinberg, who works at DF King, explained to him how to rig the vote. In order for this to be successful, they didn't want Ape to trade. The intent was to convert Ape into AMC. And you could see it 3 months before Ape is even launched. They're talking, how is Ape and moving forward with this going to be successful? They needed the conversion. So now they have to rig the vote. They had data. If this happens, this is how we get it. So mind you, in order to get the most bang for your buck to vote, you got to get the price down. So now AMC and Ape are trading with never traded at parity. They take it down. They tank it. Aron does not support the stock. Instead, he's asking, let's set the floor even lower. It finally breaks $1. It gets to 68 cents.
It wasn't tanked. Look, he's right about these institutions couldn't hold it because it's a preferred stock, but it wasn't an intentional tanking of the stock. They expected it to rebound or stay close to parity between Ape and AMC because they're effectively the same ownership of the company, same value, same rights to the company in a bankruptcy.
Well, yeah,
these things.
That's what they intended it to be.
And they could just dilute the shit out of Ape and keep their actual Ape shareholders that were still
the only reason they did it.
Free lunch.
Right. The only reason they did this is because, at least to what Aron said, is because the retail shareholder base poo-pooed the idea of of diluting the AMC float and raising equity that way. So faced with a mounting debt and a fucking writers and actors strike, we didn't even know. They didn't even know that was coming. Think about that. When Aron said, well, you know what? The retail investors, they don't want us to dilute, so we're not going to ask them. Okay, great decision, Adam. He didn't even know. We didn't even know we were going to have a fucking strike. We didn't know there was going to be a war in fucking Ukraine. We didn't know about any of this shit. So if you had asked ChatGPT if ChatGPT had been around yet already, but it wasn't around yet publicly. But if you had, it may have said, oh yeah, well, you know, the coast looks clear for a squeeze. But we didn't know about any of this shit yet. So that's going back to the AI thing. Here's some things that we didn't even know about. But yeah, like, it's just fascinating. It's fascinating because what do you think they're going to fucking do? They have to raise money somehow. You know? And the reality is, Miriam Tauber said, you guys obviously aren't lawyers. No, they're not. Nor are they corporate finance experts of any kind. They don't even fancy themselves to be amateur enthusiasts of corporate finance, if there is such a thing. I guess that would be maybe us something. But like, they don't understand the fucking point here. They have no conception of what is even what the goal even is here, which, you know, is pretty fucking sad.
He fancies himself and he says so on his Twitter profile. He fancies himself a professional activist. What the whole
great
AMC thing is for him is that he wants to be the baggy version of Ralph Nader.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, then he needs to actually like produce something material, like, I don't know, right? Unsafe at any speed, and get some fucking laws passed and save some fucking lives. Then maybe he could be used in the same fucking sentence as Ralph Nader, or even, you know, like, what the fuck?
He hasn't said that. I want to make that clear. He hasn't said that. That's my undercut insult at him.
Okay, but still, all right. I'm not gonna go say anything. But yeah, right. He sees himself as the advocate, protector, somebody who's going to bring about change, positive change. You know, defeat the system. Maybe even bring about revolution or something like that. Okay. I mean, it's the same delusional. Yeah, go ahead.
Because if you listen to the live stream that I have on my channel and the clips I took for it, he very much sees himself as a revolutionary. He opined and openly in that Twitter space that I got a clip of, that he believes that he really should have been born in 1750 so that he could participate in the American Revolution. He thinks that's where his, and I quote, spirit is. That is the whole narcissism that surrounds Ethan. He thinks that he's some patriotic revolutionary that is going to come and smash up the system.
Yeah, you know, he and Sojka are probably friends, right? Soyak?
No, because Sojka is a yes voter.
Oh.
But it's the same mentality. This
See, like,
revolutionary.
I say these guys are more similar than they realize. You know, it's like when you see.
Well, it's funny you should say that, because I've agreed. I've said that they're two sides of the same coin anyway. And there's this from pre-World War II that about fascists that that communists are red and fascists are red on the inside. It really gets down to the core of what both of their beliefs are. They may have distinct opinions on certain things, but they're at the end of the day authoritarians.
Yeah, they're yes. And, you know, both of those guys I see, well, they're just, they definitely both, you know, at least portray the sense that they value structure and rules and order, and power. As long as they are in those positions, or have the feeling of mobility towards those positions of power, right? So like the institutions are weakening and people are gaining strength, kind of thing. Which, I mean, if you right.
At the end of the day, a lot of these meme stock people, especially the more radical ones, when it boils down to it, is that they are populist authoritarians.
Yeah, well, we know how well that ends usually.
But the more you learn about populism, the more you realize it isn't.
Yeah, and it's interesting, and we've talked about this. How they're, you got two flavors. You got right-wing populism, you got left-wing populism. Both insidious, and destructive potentially. Anyway. All right. We have to continue on this?
Halfway point.
Oh, man. All right. Whoa, no, we're over halfway, so all right.
That is when email December 6th. DF King, Crystal Scordato reaches out to AMC, gives them a dynamic ledger from Excel sheet that explains to them how many shares they need in order to rig the vote. Enters on Para. Then there's an email on December 7th, a meeting. December 8th is an email. On Para is willing to hold shares to rig the vote and vote this way. They have 190 million shares to invest, quote-unquote invest, which gives them 278 million shares. That is enough shares to rig the vote. They promised to hold it. Now, why did they get away with the...
Now, excuse me, let me break in here and say that what Manuel says, excuse me, most of these guys hold an insignificant number of shares anyway.
Because they all bought at the top.
Whoops.
Ethan, I don't know what Ethan's share count is, but I know Jordan Affolter posted his share count, and it was 69 shares. Lol.
Oh, that's great.
But
well,
most of these people own a very insignificant amount of AMC because they all bought at the top. That's why they're so fucking pissed.
True. Yeah, good.
It's supposed to keep going.
Right. That's a good point. Let me throw this in there too. How many shares did the Allegheny County Employees Retirement Fund hold?
Only a few.
Was like, yeah, it was less than. I forget. I can't remember if it was like 900 or less or 200. I forget. It was less than 1,000.
200.
Wasn't it less than? Yeah. Okay. And that whole lawsuit
Involved in this case,
Mhm.
all the plaintiffs that were involved in this case, and I bet a bunch of the objectors, not like the individuals, like the big names, like Ethan and Al from, well, maybe not Al from Boston because he owned about I think 1,000 or somewhere in that neighborhood. But a lot of these people that were really loud voices on AMC that were all top buyers.
Yeah.
Having bought into Ape and having close to 3,000 shares of Ape, had more interest in the company than any of these fucking clowns.
Yeah, the thing that they hated, that they wanted to, basically erase from existence. If played correctly, yeah. By the way, I thought that was the point. Like, what is all this bullshit? The point's to make fucking money. Like,
100%.
and did you make money on your arbitrage? I think you did, right?
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
Like, all right. So clearly it's possible. And like almost everybody here made money in June of 21. So like, I mean,
and it's why, even though like I try to be careful, it's like, do your, I think that the Oxers do it and I call them out for it, but I try to sincerely do this, guys, do your own research thing. But really, if you want to make AMC at this point, the arbitrage is the way to do it. You have to be careful about it. Now, I could have made more money if I had been more careful and taken my own advice, ironically enough.
Yeah.
And took further outputs. But like that was the play last year, was the arbitrage. And I tried to help some of these people by making them aware of it. And some people listened.
Mm-hmm.
Some people didn't, and I can tell you who the winners of that trade were.
Yeah. Did Jim Chanos end up making money, or Did he lose?
He probably did.
I mean, yeah, that was what I
got in way earlier than I did, so he probably made less than I did.
Well, Manuel might know this. Yeah, Manny might know because we talked about it, and it was funny because we would every once in a while we would see articles in the mainstream media, and there was a period there where at least I couldn't keep it straight. I think Manny kept it straight, but was Jim Chanos, because we saw articles that claimed that Jim Chanos was short AMC and long ape, and then we also saw him where it said it was short ape and long AMC. So both ways, no article could get it straight, to the point where I couldn't even remember what it actually was supposed to be.
On CNBC, it said he was playing the arbitrage, that he was long AMC and short ape.
Yeah,
long ape and short AMC.
We had articles that were from the same entities, like a week or so apart, that claimed the opposite. I mean, obviously it was a typo or something, but it was just funny because it confused me, and then I just could never keep it straight. But yeah, so that was the arbitrage, like that, and that's the thing. It seemed to me that there would be one way to do arbitrage. Why would anybody do it the opposite way? And so that's like, okay, well, wait a minute. Is this like some weird contrarian, if it's obvious, it's obviously wrong type play?
Right.
But,
well, and
yeah,
there were some people that were short ape because they figured that they would block the settlement and AMC would go bankrupt. And
yeah,
so why not just short both?
Right. And in reality, I guess what happened was, the company just suffered more, and so they both went down, I guess, right? Basically, but there was,
if they had been able to do that arbitrage at the beginning of the year like they wanted to, when AMC was still up at like, what was it? Almost, it's still either.
Oh yeah. It's
the high single digits or in the low double digits, like $12. They would have been able to sell at a much higher price and effectively had much less dilution. But because these ignorant morons continued to fight it,
that's
dilute at a much lower price.
Being from Cleveland, I think I can say this is goddamn fucking people from Pennsylvania. Fuck them. Fucking morons from fucking Pittsburgh. What I mean, am I right? I mean, it's now
don't let urinating tree hear you say that.
Oh yeah. It's just
a Steelers fan,
right? It's a Browns versus Steelers type of thing. Even though I'm not really a football fan, of course I'm going to miss no opportunity to trash Schittsburg. I'm sorry, but anyway, no, they're a sister city in many ways, and I have no problem with Pittsburgh. But I mean, the thing is, and I'm from Ohio, so really we're one big group of idiots out here. But yeah, like. I always felt like the whole Antara lawsuit dragged on for not Antara, I'm sorry, Allegheny. Felt like they were trying to waste time. Now, I don't know, and probably not, and some of the apes were saying this too, so I definitely questioned myself when I found myself wondering myself, but there was so much emphasis on, we got to make sure we get the letters and the database of people who support and, all this stuff, when at the end of the day, we knew what was going to happen. And remember when it was a question as to whether they were even going to allow, what was it? It was like, such a basic fundamental question too. Like, are they going to settle or not? Will the judge allow them to settle or something like that? I think that's what it was. Like, motherfuckers, yeah, and it's going to. Like, what are you talking about? How else can this go?
Yeah, because as soon as AMC said, hey, you blocking this means we go to bankruptcy and everyone loses. You might want to stop that. And sure enough, shortly after, they were straight to the settlement talks.
Yeah, but they wasted so much time and like... The fucking shit bled out for so fucking long. Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, it's bizarre. It's just bizarre. I mean, it's probably just due to the whole, being a shitco thing. But I mean, still though, like, what a fucking shit show from top to bottom. I mean, if I were a shareholder, I would have been fucking pissed. Honestly, like an actual shareholder, not a fucking gambler, not a speculator, but an actual fucking shareholder who believed in the company, which I don't. I'm not. But if I were, oh, yeah, you better believe I'd be fucking pissed. The whole thing was a fucking waste of time.
They could have.
Yeah.
They could have sold at a much higher price.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm not claiming that this was intentional or anything. Don't get me wrong. I'm not claiming that at all. I'm just saying, based on observing what happened, wow. You know, what a bunch of bullshit. Okay, sorry. I was just breaking in there to say that about how many shares did Allegheny own, and it was very little. And so my bigger point there is all the problems have been caused by these low share count morons. You know, really. And yet they claim that how can you know, yada yada yada, if there aren't billions of synthetic shares. Well, I'll tell you how. Because most vocal people only own 69 to 200 shares. It's not the big shareholders that raise their voice. It's these fucking clowns who have, you know, I guess nothing better to do or more passion than money to put where their mouth is, and they can't support it by buying it, so they have to, you know, do these stupid lawsuits. I don't know, but it's dumb. It doesn't help anything. And it just brings an air, like a whole fucking shitco OTC scam air to this whole thing, in my opinion. Like, it'll be a easy transition to OTC for AMC. They're already, I mean, with all this shit that happened last year, they're already primed and ready to go. All right, that was kind of a joke, but but I, you know, I believe. All right, here we go.
Short.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Because part of the quid pro quo was
surprise.
Allow them to sell shares. Once it breached 3. Do you understand? How about this? Let me send you the statement of facts.
That's great, but listen, it sounds like you have a great case, okay? There's a lot of
case. I'm not settle with Amparo, who are the criminals.
Listen, okay. Listen to me, all right?
Yeah.
I have sued lots of companies, all right? So I've sued, let's say, like
God bless this woman.
Remember him, right?
Dealing with this shit.
Yeah, she's doing great. I mean, she's a pro for sure. She's definitely a professional. I'm gonna roll it back just a tad.
Like, I would have hung up on this fucking idiot.
Oh yeah, and she's right.
Fuck it.
She doesn't have to put up with this. She doesn't have to put up with any of this shit. Like, who the fuck is this guy? He's some random shareholder. Like, maybe. Like she doesn't work for him. Okay, I rolled it back just a little bit.
Okay, more ear bleed incoming.
Yeah, maybe if it wants to play. I don't know why it's not playing now.
Once it breached 3.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Do you understand? How about this? Let me send you the statement of facts.
That's great, but listen, it sounds like you have a great case, okay? There's a lot of
case. I'm not looking for a case. I'm not looking to settle with Amparo, who are the criminals.
Listen, okay. Listen to me, all right?
Yeah.
I have sued lots of companies, all right? So I've sued, let's say, like, you ever heard of Martin Shkreli? Remember him, right? I sued his company, right? At the same time, the SEC was also suing his company. At the same time, the DOJ was pursuing criminal case charges against him, right? At the same time, other stuff was going on, right? I settled my case against him, okay? It didn't affect any of that stuff. It was a shareholder suit at the same time, a class action, right? For other stuff, for 10b5 stuff, which is regular fraud.
Well, let me ask you this. Why don't you ask...
You talked for a while. Now
go ahead. You got the floor. Go ahead.
My claim does not involve fraud, okay? We're not suing them for fraud. We're suing them for a straightforward statutory violation. It doesn't require there to be any malicious intent. And in fact, in many of my cases, the person who violated this rule against short swing trading didn't do any fraud, okay, at all.
Then I'll ask you, Miriam, why were there short-term selling? Why was there short-term selling?
Just listen to me.
No, Miriam, you don't even know. Hold on, Miriam. All right, you know what? You got the floor. I'll ask you a question after. Go ahead. Sorry. You're right.
I mean, like, because they made money. Like, see, this is what they don't get. Sorry, I just got to say this. Because they made money. Because they wanted to make money. Because they wanted to lose less money. I would guess is the reason, which is foreign to these people. It's completely foreign.
And she makes a great point that, like, this is a short swing rule. This is like a traffic violation.
It's clear cut.
Got caught doing 50 and a 40.
Right.
That's what this is.
Brilliant analogy. Yeah.
On these short swing rules, most of the people that get caught in these short swing rule violations committed no fraud.
Right. They're not trying to hide it.
40.
It's not like they misrepresented anything on a form. They reported it, right?
Sue them.
Right, because the information was out in the open, and oops, they did it, too soon. Oops, oh, we fucked up. Yeah, like like you said, and we've said many times, it's black and white. It for these people, it's black and white. They don't make these distinctions. It's very much black or white. They're all bad or they're all good. They're on our side. They're against us. But, I mean, especially talking to a lawyer, I mean, what's, the joke or whatever goes, like, you ask a lawyer a random, question about, can I ask you a question about the law? And the lawyer says, well, I can already tell you the answer. It depends, So, well, I mean, the world is fucking messy. Yeah.
And the thing about the Antares situation is that since they got these ape shares as payment for debt previously contracted, the reason that AMC did this deal was to take debt off its balance sheet.
Yeah,
there's an exception for that in the SEC ruling, in the SEC laws and the securities laws.
Oh,
so if you get shares in relation to a debt previously contracted, which can, that this is to protect banks, so they're not stuck with these shares of these shitty companies, that they've lent debt to or whatever the case may be. You can go ahead and sell those. They're not tied to the short swing rule. So if Antara had simply closed its ape position first and then sold the puts, they would have been totally fine.
Really?
Because they pushed their position below 10%. They wouldn't be a insider anymore, and then they could have closed the arbitrage. But they did it the stupid way, and now here they are in court.
Yeah. Wow, that's interesting. Fascinating. Okay. So then one could say then, in some sense then, that the system worked. They fucked up. They did something the dumb way, and it, what the apes and I say most people think is that these people get away with, crime all day, every day. But here we have something like, they could have done it right, but they didn't, and they're going to have to pay as a result. That's sort of what's supposed to happen, I thought. But I don't know. It can't be, because according to the apes, the market is all, hedge funds. Oh, yeah. Hedge funds and their buddies, just basically doing whatever they want to make money, right? This week they hate the movies. Next week they'll hate, whatever. Well, they won't hate defense contractors, but anyway, fascinating stuff. All right, ear bleed warning. Hopefully one of the last ear bleed warnings.
When I settle my case for the statutory violation, right, because it is not a fraud case, it doesn't affect any claims that have to do with any kind of fraudulent activity, which sounds like what you're describing, right, in much more detail than I need to know, quite frankly. Okay, so you sound like you have a great case, and you should definitely pursue it, and it will not be affected by the settlement of this claim at all. Do you understand that?
Miriam, I'll ask you this again. Why was there short-term...
Oh, my God.
Okay, do you know what short
swing selling? Why was there short-term selling?
Trading means that you're buying and selling.
Why was there?
Right? Okay, it doesn't, for purposes of my claim, okay, what I'm trying to tell you, it doesn't matter. The statute, if you look at the statute that I'm suing under, it sounds like you're familiar with the complaint and everything else, you look at the statute that I'm suing under, which you can Google. The statute specifically says it applies without any, irrespective of any intent on the part of the insider, which means that it doesn't matter if the insider is acting in good faith, bad faith, defrauded anybody, or didn't.
This is an interesting point.
Was completely unaware of the rule, just tried to pay off the debt, had no needed money for his kids.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter why they did it. If they still need to give back the profits, right? And profits are calculated under specific rules, and that's how it is. It's a statutory claim for strict liability, and it does not, settling this claim does not mean that they are off the hook for fraudulent conduct, which is a separate claim, okay?
That's a good explanation.
Separate section of the Securities Exchange Act, and it doesn't, for example, the Delaware case is going on, right? It doesn't mean that we can't pursue this claim because the Delaware case is a class action, which it sounds like your case also is. Okay, this is not a class action. This is not a derivative claim.
Right.
That's a statutory strict liability case. It's very specific. It doesn't affect anything else. So I don't think that you should be mad at me for settling something that you think is affecting anything else that you are talking about. I don't have to know any of that. It's none of my business. I mean, if I was hired to pursue the case, then it would be. But I don't care. This is a strict liability case. I don't care what the intent was. You want to bring that case? Go.
Boom.
No one is stopping you. The settlement certainly will not stop you. Okay?
How much discovery did you conduct, if you don't mind me asking?
This is...
We didn't conduct any discovery because the discovery is not needed since...
What? Why would you need to do that? Oh my God. Yeah. The title of this file that I'm playing in this player is called Ethan is extra dumb.mp3. And I think that's a great title. That was his doing. But let me say this. This is what's on display here. You know, actually, you know, maybe I should just play the quote here real quick. Here it is.
Nothing is too wonderful to be true that it can't be reproduced in another experiment. And this is what distinguishes science from religion.
So what we have here on display is science, which is the lawyer, Miriam Taub, versus religion, which is Ethan. We have someone who is focusing on facts and reproducibility and statutory claims versus someone who is operating on emotions, feeling, and subjectivity. This is very, and it sounds like he might, now I don't want to jump to any conclusions, but assuming that he was listening to what she just said, I don't know what the hell what's he going to bitch about next? What could you possibly say if you listened to what she said, you understood the words, you were able to comprehend what was being told? What could you possibly say at this point? Why would you even need to continue? Why would you even need to continue this phone call at this point? I would have been like, oh, well, I guess I was mistaken. I am so sorry, ma'am, and I apologize for disrespecting you. Thank you for educating me. Have a wonderful day.
He wasn't listening.
I know. I figured that's the case. Oh, my God. Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, I'm going to continue. Earplugs in.
Filed the SEC Form 4s that admitted that they engaged in this trading. And this trading is a per se violation of the rule against short swing trading. Profits are calculated in a very specific way.
I'll ask you this again.
Okay.
Why didn't you? Then how come you didn't entertain discovery?
Because there's no need for discovery as they admit to the trading they did.
I'm going to ask again. Why didn't you?
Right. So, God, that's
the entire thing right there.
Yeah.
They admit they filed the filings, which proves that they violated the law.
It's pretty clear cut. Yeah, this is cut and dried.
Discovery. They admit they did it.
Signed, sealed, delivered. Yeah, like what? It's pretty. Yeah, seems very straightforward. You know, I understand pro se. I get it. But this should be, and it's not going to be. I know it's not. But to me, it is. And like, if I had kids, I would use this as a valid teaching point too. I probably, because I think that smart people could learn from this. They probably don't need to learn this because they already know it. But this, to me screams like, okay, yeah, you have a group of people who think that they can walk into any situation, any industry, anything. And after 15 minutes, they can pick up all they need to know to be smarter than you at it. Like this guy thinks that he thought he could outsmart this lawyer going into this call. I guarantee it. And that's how he carries himself. But, I mean, come on. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's absurd. Like, what the fuck? He's just a dick. This guy is a fucking dickhead.
Mhm.
He is a fucking bully.
100%.
He's an asshole. He's a moron. And he's a fucking dick. Like, don't be a dick.
All you need to know about Ethan is this is the guy who said, and I quote, "I've been arrested 7 times and I'm proud of each and every one of them."
I mean, what? Right. And is it for things like civil disobedience and like trespassing and stuff like that?
Probably frame it as civil disobedience. But one of the times that, according to him, it was the charges were withdrawn, but he was accused of attacking a state judge.
What? Attacking?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus.
He was in a hearing on one of his arrests, and charges afterwards were filed against him for attacking a judge.
Wow. No shit.
This is the kind of person that you're dealing with.
Yeah.
Someone who talks about the rules and talks about how things should be done and what the law is. But when it comes to him, the rules and the law do not apply.
Rules for thee, not for me, is what we call that,
Yes.
Rules for thee, not for me.
This is the kind of shithead that you're dealing with.
Oh, yeah.
Who thinks that they are above the law because they are a patriotic revolutionary.
Right. And in reality, I mean, like, this is so delusional. Like, I mean, it's really, I mean, who would have thought? Maybe somebody could say that they knew that this was going to be like this, but I mean, holy shit. They're like, no, nobody could claim that they knew it was going to be like this because, well, nobody knew how it was going to play out. I mean, aside from the fact that we knew it was going to play out in people losing their money, if you want to go down that road, we've been saying that for 3 years. But, so that part is not surprising. That part is absolutely predictable. But the way it is played out, that's always the thing. All these court cases, in and out of court. Wow. Fascinating. All right. We got about...
That's the thing I said about the...
Go ahead.
The thing I said about the AMC lawsuit. If you read the precedent in the Delaware Court of Chancery, if you read the precedent, if you read previous cases, if you read the facts of the case as to how settlement plays out, it was really easy to tell what was going to happen here.
Yeah.
It was really fucking easy. It was written on the wall before the hearing even took place.
Right.
The fact that people were surprised by the outcome baffles me. It's so easy.
Right.
You just have to read the rules, and you just have to read how courts handle these situations. And the same thing goes for the Al for Boston, Jordan Affolter lawsuit. The same goes for all these bullshit stock lawsuits that are going on. It is so easy to tell where things are going before they even start, especially in the case of Jordan and Al's lawsuit, because they didn't present any facts.
Well,
they just chat all over a court document and called it a day.
Yeah. I mean, most of these, I feel like most of these lawsuits should not even proceeded, to be honest with you. Like, they shouldn't have made it this far. It baffles me as to how they did. And at the end of the day, this is one thing that I people need to get through their brains. It's about money. Everything is about fucking money, basically. Like, oh, they're not going to have the ape. Where are they going to get the ape shares? They're not going to have the ape shares to deliver the dividend to the da-da-da-da. They're just going to, it doesn't matter if there are shares or not. They're just going to pay for it. That's how everything, and the apes know this. They know this. They know that when rules are skirted and rules are violated and laws are broken, what happens? They pay a small nominal fine and they move on, because that's the way you keep a fucking system moving. What are you going to do? You can't shut everything down. You can't make the fines $1 million per day as much as people want to think that they could. Like, it doesn't work like that. And so, at the end of the day, if you have, and it's the same with us, it's the same with regular people and alien lizard humanoids, elites. If you have enough money and can get a good enough lawyer, your chances are better of having a better outcome. That's just the way it is. I personally had that happen. So,
and I would say that you mentioned that these lawsuits should have been dismissed outright, and I don't necessarily disagree with it, but I think that
just that's a general sentiment. Like,
this fraud.
Yeah.
But they talk about like that the system is always working against them and everything. If the system is really working against you, would your lawsuit be given the time of day?
True. I mean, they have gotten pretty equitable like treatment as far as that goes. I mean, because like many have pointed out, like, they went through their emotional roller coaster with Chancellor Zern. Was, started one way, then they loved her, then they hated her, then they had faith in her, then they have no faith in anything. It's like, and because it didn't, because you had an unrealistic knowledge and expectation. Yes. I mean, it's like you said, it's easy.
Handled them in the most professional way possible, especially when you had people like fucking Al from Boston get on the live
God
and talk about how she was on the rag, or claiming that she didn't even write her own ruling. Like, she handled them in the most professional way a person possibly could, given the insinuations that they were making in a courtroom.
And
fuck these people.
Yeah, for real, man. And also, Al from Boston, isn't he the one that potentially forged a letter that was submitted in his case? So, but he was the one who claimed that the menstruating judge supposedly didn't write her own opinion. I mean, you can't make up. I mean, I'll borrow their phrase, which has been there, something they've said the whole time, going back to fucking Astro. You can't make this shit up. Like, it's so absurd. It's like, how much more absurd can it get? Just stick around until next week. We'll fucking find out, I mean, because some other shit's going to happen. And it's not even like they're trying to one-up each other. They're just legitimately that dumb, I think. Like, there's just such a lack of knowledge and whatever the thing is that, gives somebody the drive and ability to learn stuff, like, I want to know more about that, so I'm going to put the effort in and follow, and follow my bliss in a way, like, but I'm also going to be open to the fact that, what, I know that I'm not going to get my hopes up too much, because nothing is, too wonderfully true that it can't be reproduced in another experiment. And if that's the case, then this whole AMC thing was a fluke. It was an aberration. It's not normal, and it does not become normal. So, I don't know. People going to have to do a lot of growing up pretty soon, it seems like. Or they just keep, or they just keep going on forever, because we will have invented the artificial gills, and you can stay underwater, and and we'll also be on Mars and Pluto, and Elon Musk will be king of the universe. I could be wrong. All right, Here we go. Earplugs. Ear bleed.
Further discovery. You're trying to help the company out. Why don't you conduct other discovery?
Okay, all right. So
because it doesn't matter to our case.
I can't debate with you all day. We don't. I have. You're not my client, okay?
We're trying to help the company out. No. She is pursuing, a legal action against someone who broke the law. The outcome of that.
But it is breaking the law.
Yeah, it's breaking. Violating statute. Let me say it that way.
Yes.
Which is same thing, but I mean, it sounds less criminal. Sounds less like, sounds more white collar.
Again, it's like you were driving 50 in a 40.
Yeah. So
breaking the law,
now,
but it's not the same thing.
So if you are an advocate, if you're a Ralph Nader, okay, this is a good example here. If you're Ralph Nader and you're like, whoa, we need to, even a crash at a slow speed is going to be devastating. We really need to, seatbelts. Okay. Did anybody accuse him of trying to help out the government? Because isn't that what he's doing? Because that would result in all these fines and for seatbelt violations and all this going back to the government coffers. No, that's a byproduct. That's a result. That is a resulting action. That's a consequence of something. That's not the intent. And the fact that he can't separate these things, what can I say? We're describing, this is pathology. We're forging. I'll say, you're witnessing history, to borrow a phrase from Data Zero. You're witnessing history as we write and establish this the criteria for this new pathology called bag holders dementia, where people who are down 80, 90, 95, 96, 99% say and do some of the stupidest fucking things you could imagine. And that's basically it. It's going in the DSM, the new DSM-6, bag holders dementia. Yeah.
Because they got to justify their continue to hold on to a position long past its expiration date.
Right. And to be fair and truthful, we're not saying anything new that hasn't been observed for hundreds of years with human emotion psychology. So it's not a new disorder. It's just a new application of fear and
I don't know, Scott. Maybe my mom's a social worker. Maybe we
is she? Yeah,
DSM-6.
Well, I don't. But see, it's kind of like, and I don't want to get into controversial topics beyond the things that we already talk about, but
right.
But no, it's not really like. There's a point where something that was an enjoyable activity or hobby becomes a problem, and this can be anything. Yes. And it can be sports, it can be betting, it can be substances, it can be any activity, it can be seeing a person, it can be speaking.
100% my mom would agree with you.
Yeah. So
anything can become an addiction.
Correct. And the science of addictions is fascinating. And sometimes there are specific things about the specific thing that is abused or misused, let's say, that would cause it to be more insidious, like an addictive drug that has biochemical properties that lend itself to being more difficult to stop using, or alcohol or cigarettes or something like that, or the dopamine rush that one gets while gambling or winning on a stock trade or something like that. So I'm acknowledging external factors.
People are there.
Yeah.
It's not just that they've gotten sucked into a cult.
Yeah.
It's a cult that gives them a rush, the rush that comes with gambling. And it's very pervasive, because not only do you get the rush from, oh my goodness, it's going up, but you've got people reinforcing that sort of experience.
Yep. Yes, it would be. Yeah, right. And it would be sort of like, not exactly, but sort of like if instead of Trey's Trades was showing a stock in the morning, showing stock charts all day on his live stream, and they were getting excited about that together, he would be on the screen, drinking or shooting up heroin or something like that, getting high and creating that excitement. I mean, that's basically the same thing. And we don't see that. We wouldn't be okay with that, like that's not what we want people to be doing.
And that's why I fear the worst repercussions that's going to come from this is for traders like me, you, the people in this chat, where the government's going to come in and say, look, if you bros can't handle yourself, we'll come in and handle yourself for you.
Yeah, and I agree. I don't want to see that happen. I don't think it will, though, because I feel like it was lucrative enough for Wall Street that, just my initial hit is
the same thing about you could say the same thing about the Great Depression and some of these other
true
crashes, and the
true
SEC still came in or was created
to
protect investors.
That's true. Well, nominally it was, but it also, you think about how lax the regulations are for institutions and stuff now. Imagine what it was in 33, 34 when this stuff came out. I mean, a lot of it wasn't even in there. A lot. I mean, we just keep adding to those acts, basically, which is now part of the Code of Federal Regulations. But the original Securities Act and Securities Exchange Act, they just add on to that and they change it. And so you can go back to the original, and it's fascinating to do that and see, because and also with people like, what's his name, Edward Kennedy. As the first SEC director, that you got like a basically a steel magnate, kind of a joke, a little bit of a joke. Honestly, it would be kind of like if I don't know, like Bill Gates became the chairman of the IMF or something. I don't know. Like it would just be. It's a little nepotistic in a way, but whatever.
But also to play the other half of that.
Sure.
Even with all of that considered, there are countries there's a reason. I mean, not just economically, that people want to have their stocks for their companies.
Yes.
In the US.
Oh yeah.
It's because we have more regulation, even as bad.
Yes.
As it say it is, and don't get me wrong, there is plenty of stuff to go after the SEC about. There's plenty of things that they don't do.
Right.
But compared to other countries, we have the best regulatory structure for dealing with these sorts of things.
And I'll say this too, and I agree 100%, and I'm not complaining about that. The regulatory structure at all.
I wasn't accusing you of it,
just to be clear, and we look at the SEC actions, and there's a lot of them. They do a lot of stuff, but despite not having money for coffee, but I guess I got a lot of donations. But the thing I was going to say is one thing that is you got to keep in mind too with the founding of the SEC. And the institution of regulations on Wall Street, and saying, well, are they really that stringent? The thing is, the effect on investor confidence, just because the simple fact of having that agency established, even if they don't do anything, is monumental. And that can't be understated. And that led to, in my estimation, in my purview, that led to what you just mentioned about the capital markets. And Ken Griffin says this a lot too. The U.S. capital markets are the deepest and most liquid markets in the world. And that's why companies, and he says this too, he says exactly this. That's why companies want to be listed on our exchanges. So, and if we didn't have the regulation, and if it didn't have this rich history of almost 100 years, then it'll be a lot harder to do. Nobody's jumping to go onto the stock exchange in Nairobi, or even South Africa, or even the Canadian exchanges. And Canadian exchanges banned payment for order flow. So, I mean, and we don't hear about how much better those markets are. We don't really hear about that. We don't. I don't.
I'm glad you brought up the Canadian markets, because I don't think people noticed it during the live stream that I did Saturday, but I have a book that was setting in my background. It's called Easy Prey Investors. It's by Al Rosen and Mark Rawson. Sorry if I'm stumbling on.
Probably Rosen.
Back at it.
Yeah, probably Rosen.
But they talk about Canadian markets because that's the ones they're familiar with, and they point that out, that Canadian markets don't have an equivalent of the SEC, and that's a problem, and that they should adopt something like that. And they go through all the different ways that investors can be defrauded, but I think that just brings the point home that even people in other countries can identify that as bad as the American system is, it's better, far better than market structures in other countries.
And the thing is, too, like, you're dealing with what you're dealing with. Well, first of all, like anything, there will always be opportunities for criminals, to do their, the crime. You're never going to stamp out crime 100%. That's why companies have loss prevention departments, and they know they're going to lose a certain amount, at least, probably based on previous years, in shrink, as they call it. A loss in the stores, whether it's internal or external, every year. Walmart knows roughly how much they're going to lose in terms of inventory, or they can tell you based on these. Here's our projections. So you're never going to get rid of it altogether, and smart entities and people and companies know that. Also, is that really where resources should be dumped into? Like, is it that big of a problem? Now, I mean, I'm not here to judge what crime is worse than other crime. I mean, who knows? But at the end of the day, I mean, there are also a lot of stuff. There's also a lot of stuff that is criminal. That, like you always hear about these weird, wacky laws. Like you can't drive a wagon while eating a hot dog in reverse on Sundays in Oregon or something,
High on Sundays.
Right. So they have these wacky old laws that, some of which are still enforceable but not enforced, that nobody, that are, for all intents and purposes, dead.
And even if they were enforced, that you have one of the structures of American law that no one really talks about, that's kind of quietly understood but not really said out loud, of jury nullification, where if you think a law is not something that should be on the books, like if pie eating on Sunday, who fucking cares? Send the person home.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And there is a lot of judicial.
The law is dumb.
Right, and there is a lot of judicial discretion, and which is why this is, and as an aside, when it comes to certain things, like a jury of my peers may not be the best choice, because
so they may change the venue of where
they may change the venue, or I may request a bench trial because I know that this is so highly technical that I don't trust 12 random people off the street to be able to grasp why this is the way it is, or whatever.
Scott, how many lawyers would agree with you on the
I'm sure
juries to
I'm sure, but I mean, also I'm sure that it's also true that it's also true for judges too, on some level, so I'm not saying it's a I'm just saying for certain things. But anyway, yeah, the I guess the point is, I can't imagine not having an SEC or an FCC or an FTC or an FDA or USDA.
You have, the best thing about the FTC is not so much some of the other stuff it does, but mainly these people who are basically doing more or less what amounts to advertisements without disclosing their advertisements.
Like what do you like? Can you give an example of what you mean, or an example
like, for example,
like beef? It's what's for dinner, or
this is a bad example because he does disclose, but like Stephen Van Meter's stock pumps, he discloses that they're sponsors. But imagine FTC where he doesn't have to disclose.
I see. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well, this company sounds really cool. You should all buy it. Wink. I'm getting paid under the table to talk about this stock.
Yeah. Oh, you mean like Trey did, basically, where he traded and took profits on something privately.
But also add in the fact that Aron was paying him under the table. Like if he had a position in AMC, there's no legal obligation for him to disclose it. He could still be civilly sued for fraud. And
true. Yeah.
Maybe get a payout for that
based on his public statements. Right. Yeah.
What a lot of the no voters suggest that Trey was getting money from Aron to promote AMC.
I see. Okay.
Really thing. You would think the FTC would go after him on that.
I gotcha. Wow. You know, it's interesting here. I'm seeing I'm just looking at the market here real quick. And let me zoom out, I guess, but like, well, okay. I'm seeing like, I mean, I know I'm zoomed in pretty close here, so it's kind of bullshit, but yeah, but I mean, I'm still seeing like, I'm seeing like kind of like, you know, it's not pushing past this point here, which is kind of.
But it's pretty sideways.
Yeah, but like
it'll be pretty sideways till Wednesday, personally.
I mean, the NASDAQ is even almost more perfectly a double top here from the earlier in this session to now, which it just hit again. But the Russell, it didn't make it back up. So the NASDAQ did, the S&P a little bit less, the Russell limp dick. And this looking at the dollar here.
Russell has been getting beat up a lot by these interest rates because it affects these smaller companies a lot more. And the Russell is usually a good indicator of actual economic strength because you're talking about these smaller companies on the fringes doing things. They don't have as higher of a market cap or liquidity. And if it's struggling like it has been, I think that really tells you a lot more about the market than these
of course
that are in the S&P and the about the underlying economic strength of the U.S. right now.
100%, and I think we see rotations in and out of these things too. So we'll see it we'll see the Russell go up 1.5%, and you know other sectors go down, and you know it's to some extent it's like a 3-card Monte game, you know, where capital is being moved around. Capital's flowing because it always flows, but what is the point? You know, it's probably going to be reversed and then reversed again and reversed again, and what that results in this consolidatory sideways action. That's what that is. You know, that's what consolidation is. So, you know, I mean,
it kind of goes to the underlying market fundamentals right now of. You see a lot more consolidation in the S&P and NASDAQ where the bigger cap tech names or bigger cap companies in general are, as slowly this liquidity is being squeezed out of the market and it's going into narrower and narrower names. And that's usually what happens as you get to the top of a cycle. It gets into narrower and narrower until finally there's nowhere for it to go, and then you have your crash.
And crucially too with that, and with this market we see now, it's not. These are not new. Like, I'm not saying they're not innovative, but these are the same old tech names. Like, yeah, Nvidia's doing this now, but like we talked about last time, Nvidia has made this AI chip for a few years now. Like, they didn't just come out with this. Yeah, they just there's a new
potential application.
There's exactly, and they got a new version of it that's better and faster because silicon is smaller now. But I mean, other than that, you know, like they were already using these things, and you had the cloud providers, Microsoft, Google, Facebook, Amazon, you know, buying these chips, billions and billions of dollars worth of these chips. So, you know, is that going to hold? I don't know. But, or alternatively, you know, because there were so a few alternatives, did the market take it too far? And that's probably what we're going to find out. But
it's the same sort of thing you see in the dot-com era. Was the move towards this internet-based marketplace wrong? No, absolutely was correct.
right, correct, yeah.
The excess that people went to in believing that everything, like you had companies changing their names so they could add .com to it, or
yeah,
it became known as the .com bubble,
right?
Simply to capitalize on the
Put .com on anything, and you got yourself an internet company. Lightbulbs.com, dogfood.com, whatever. Yes, absolutely. JustLawnChairs.com. Brilliant.
You got it with AI.
Exactly. And to not see those parallels, I think is pretty, you got to have some blinders to a certain extent. Now, yeah.
Why I don't think either one of us are bearish on AI. We're just bearish on this market sentiment about AI currently.
Right.
Where the technology is out, what applications there are for it.
It's almost like the pandemic, in a way, created this desperation, this want of something. And at the time, meme stock sort of fit the bill, and crypto sort of satisfied that. Those things weren't new either. But this new method of investing based on Reddit sentiment, right? Okay. Now, fast forward to now, well, that's played out. That the free money isn't there anymore. We got to go with something that actually has something behind it. Okay, AI. It seems like another desperate move into something that everybody wants to believe in, because we want to believe in things as human beings, and we want to, we want to be on the winning team. But technology. Most people don't understand technology in general. I'm sorry, but just because you have a fucking cell phone does not mean that you are any type of fucking expert. And I'm not claiming to be either, but I'm sorry. And I got people that still ask me, how do I print this out? And where's this file at on my computer when I download it? I'm sorry, but I don't care what you have to say about AI. I don't care what you have to say about this and that, because you don't know anything. I guess on one hand, that's the end consumer. That's who needs to be convinced. That's who needs to, when those people are convinced of it, maybe then it is viable. I don't know. But they're not paying for OpenAI. They're not paying for Chat GPT. They're not providing Microsoft with any revenue. So who cares what they have, really? Anyway, they're the product anyway. They're the product anyway.
AI thing.
Yes.
If you want to understand the AI thing, I think there's a really good video done by, what's that British guy that we both watch? I know that's really descriptive.
Thomas James? No.
Fantastic. No, not Thomas James. No, he's actually a legitimate guy. I don't know why I'm blanking on his name, but he's he used to be a hedge fund guy.
Patrick Boyle. Yep.
Yeah,
Pat Boyle.
A great video on AI, and it's used.
He did, yeah.
And how it actually helps people at the lower end of the spectrum be more competitive in the marketplace. AI has this great potential. We've always had this discussion about, the air quotes, minimum wage people.
Yeah.
And what do you do with them in this brave new future? And he points out that AI doesn't really help people like you and me. AI helps people at the lowest end of the income bracket be able to come up and compete in the marketplace, because they have this resource of information that they wouldn't be able to handle on the
Yeah. And I said this earlier. I don't know if you were here yet. I don't think you were. Mm-hmm. But the way I said it was different. I came at it from a different angle, but I was saying that AI probably won't replace the most skilled experts, the top people, the professors or PhDs, so to speak. It's not going to quote unquote replace them as much as it would if it does at all. But I'm saying it would be more likely to replace workers who do monotonous jobs or not hard jobs, but things that require you to look in multiple sources, like go compile over 20 years, look through all this shit and pull this stuff out of it that matches these criteria. AI is great for that. Like, it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant because you can feed it any data set you want,
right?
You know, and filter out anything.
It would replace them in a lot of places, but like I said,
yeah, and I don't think it would replace. Yeah, replace isn't the right terminology. That's what I used earlier. But benefit, and it gives them mobility, more competitive. Yeah,
100%.
It allows people to use. It may allow. It has the potential to allow people to use technology to enhance. To not to do what someone else necessarily gives them the functionality to do. Like, what does Windows allow us to do? What does, you know, what can Photoshop do?
When the car first came out, you know.
Yeah,
sure, it got rid of these jobs with horse and buggies, but it made life for everyone else. And eventually those people it even replaced
created another industry, spawned entire other industries that would have never been even necessary or useful without it. So, and I don't think that would be any different with this, right? Like, if we don't have to worry about, if we don't have to manually do X, then we can be free to use the results of X that we didn't have to do, but that are done for us by AI, to go on and do Y, that we may not have even thought was possible because we never in our lifetime finished X. If you follow what I'm saying, we can do so much more now potentially. So yeah, in that sense, it is pretty cool. But like all technology, and I'm gonna say this, and then not, well, it does, sure. But also, it depends on what we do with it. Because an Intel, you know, microprocessor in 1982 that was in an IBM PC was pretty useless. It's nowhere near our complexity. But also, we didn't even know what to do. We didn't know what we could do with it. We didn't know what it was going to be used for in 10 years or how it was going to develop. You know, we recognized that, okay, this is a good architecture. It's low cost. We can mass produce this. We can make it. It's not too advanced. But you know, and then people created software for it and the whole industry developed, and we can't imagine not having it now.
A great example of that, I think, is ARM chips. You know, they were developed in the late 80s as these low energy, but could do about the same computing. And they never really came into their own until we got to this technological future that we have now with,
like, you know, cell phones, tablets, mobile devices,
powered, with a low
embedded devices.
Is important.
Yeah, very much. And then couple that with modern battery technology, and you can have some pretty cool shit, you know, that doesn't, I mean, just think about what batteries were 15, 20 years ago on a laptop versus now. You didn't have the ultra books that you have now, these ultra thin, you know, shit that's thinner than a freaking folder, you know, of paper. Like, it's crazy. It is. And do you need it to be thinner? I don't know. That was always my question. Great. The new iPhone is 1 millimeter thinner. Awesome. What practical benefit? You know,
marketing benefit.
Marketing benefit. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, it's all it. But the usefulness of any product like that is, like, what can you actually do with it? What can people do? How easy is it? And you know, does it make people happier and healthier and more productive, or does it frustrate them and make them more pissed off all the time and less productive? And you know, evolution,
competitive things like right to repair involved, and
so basically what I'm saying is Apple sucks. No, I'm just kidding. Well, I mean, that's my opinion, but
I mean, it kind of does.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting though to see.
I'm with Louis Rossman that Apple does some very shitty things to it.
Of course, yeah, and it's funny. It's a classic story. You know, it is the classic story It's a classic transformation where, you know, the underdog, the little guy becomes the monolith.
Becomes the man, and becomes the man, and it's same.
Yep. Then they do the same shit. They do the same shit to the arms and the I don't even know any smaller technology. The Marvells and whoever that was done that to them, you know, when Apple was battling with IBM, for example, you know, or Intel. So it's a classic evolution of you know, that's what happens when you get successful and you sell out. They sold out. What can you say?
Once you're on the mountaintop, you don't want anyone challenging you, so you will kick people in the shins to stay on the mountaintop.
All right, let's finish this Ethan thing. All right, earplugs.
And I don't even have to take this phone call. Okay, come to the hearing and state your grievances. All right, and we'll have this debate before the judge.
All right, then I'll ask that last question, and we'll come back full circle. Why did Antara sell shares short term anyway?
I tell you again, I don't care why, because my statute applies.
I'm just asking you. Don't you want to know?
Don't you want to know?
No, she doesn't care. You can tell me, sure. Why?
All right, so here we go. Back in December 8th, there's an email exchange between Citigroup, Derek Van Zandt, and AMC. It says the terms. They're willing to buy X amount of shares, which was 190 million they're putting up at 60-something cents, which came out to 278 million shares. Antara wanted all control. One of the stipulations that they agreed to is, now mind you, APE was trading at 68 cents. They get a windfall now, 278 million shares. This is quid pro quo. They're now going to use all their shares to vote yes. That's part of the agreement. They're rigging the vote. As I told you, on December 6th, there's an email exchange with DF King explaining to AMC with a dynamic Excel sheet ledger, if you manipulate the numbers, how do we guarantee to get the vote to move forward to convert? Because that's what their intent was. It was never to allow APE to randomly continue to trade with AMC forever. So here's the point. Part of the conditions, not only to vote yes on all the three proposals, was this. Ready for it? Once APE breached $3, and that happened, I'll tell you when. Hold on. It was February 2nd, because the record date was February 8th. February 2nd, it breached 3 for the first time, which now allowed Antara to continue to sell and collect on their windfall. Why did they need this? Because this is part of the scheme. They couldn't allow the stock to keep rising. Do you understand? And now you're entertaining a corrupt entity, hedge fund, that has screwed us shareholders. Do you understand, Miriam?
No, like I told you, I'm getting money out of them, right?
$3 million. Who cares about 3?
Get money out of them if you want. It doesn't really.
Miriam, Takshidi, Miriam.
They want a MOAS, I think. Oh my God. Doesn't he? Isn't that what he's saying? Like 3 million. Who cares about 3 million? That's going to be pennies to me. That's not going to help me at all. Well, yeah, no, it's not supposed to. I mean, it's not like this is.
It's a traffic ticket.
Right.
Tara was doing 50 and a 40.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess I see how he's tying this in with that, but at the end of the day, though, it doesn't matter. That what she said, it doesn't matter why they sold or bought or sold anything. It doesn't matter why somebody does it. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
If for this,
it doesn't matter.
For this case, for this specific application of justice, no, it doesn't. It does not matter. It will not change the outcome of either her action or any potential action in the future, because it will be on, if anything, will be on record. Yeah, they settled this lawsuit which whether they admitted to guilt or not, I guess they would. I guess, or I don't know, or wouldn't they?
That's the thing about it is
normally they wouldn't
have to admit.
Yeah, normally they would have an acceptance, consent, consent, but they're not admitting fault. Typically with these types of SEC settlements, or I'm sorry, fines, but I don't know. Is this a fine?
And I think that
it's a private settlement. It's going to the company, so nothing is going to the SEC here. Is that correct?
And I think that's the key thing that she's bringing up as a lawyer is like they are on trial for doing 50 and a 40. Now, could they have murdered someone as well? Yeah, but that's not relevant to this case. You bring your own case about them possibly murdering someone.
Yeah, and that
on the 27th.
And that potential future case, is completely independent of any outcome in this case now. In other words, if that's true, what you're saying may be true, but what we're doing now will have no impact on it, and that, if it ends up being true, will have had no impact on our case. So it is materially irrelevant.
Exactly, 100%.
And I was going to say this before when she first said she doesn't care, that a lot of times we don't know why. And we talk about this sometimes in Telegram during the day and stuff, but like why things are happening. And I want to know why. And I know you want to know why. But the reality is a lot of the times there's really no way for us to know why. And so I try to adopt
why,
and sometimes there is no why.
It's irrelevant.
And I would even widen that to say that it doesn't matter, because it depends on what you're doing. Like, I'll give you the lawyer answer of it depends, but it depends on what you're doing, like shorter term, longer term, whatever. So you have to know that, and you have to be able to tune that in, especially if you're doing multiple time frame type things. But at the end of the day, I guess, if you're operating on evidence based methods, what can really surprise? I mean, there could be a surprise, but you're gonna know what's going on to a degree of you're gonna see something like that coming, or you're gonna be in tune with it, or it's gonna be related to something else that you've already. So I'm just saying that legitimate investing or even trading certainly doesn't care why things happen. Who cares? The market went up, I played it, and I made money. Who cares? The market went down. I don't know why it went down. It went down and I lost money. I mean, can you be dynamic enough, or, are you dynamic enough? Is that even something that, people are interested in?
In a complex system like the market, sometimes even if you know why, it doesn't matter because the input changed.
Yep.
And so the thing that was the why the last time isn't the why this time, depending on what the outcome is.
Right. And we saw that happen in 2022 a lot with stuff like the VIX, for example. Like, the market would go down and the VIX would shoot up, and then the market would, there'd be these bounces and it would kind of recover, and you have the short cover rallies, and then it would pop back down again. And it would go back down to the same levels it was at, but the VIX didn't. It didn't go back up as much as it went because it had already been there. It wasn't the first, we weren't blazing new trails anymore. It was more comfortable the second time, in other words. So why am I saying this? I don't really know, except the fact that, again, all of this is all stuff that, ideally people will kind of intuitively pick up. How somebody could be so out of touch with so many things as this guy, though, like, I mean, like I said, I see what he's trying to do. I see how he's trying to tie these two things together. But the problem is,
don't want to be tied together.
There's no evidence. There's no evidence of intent. Like, how are you ever going to prove How are you ever going to convince people that this was, like, I just don't see it. And so it really is this kind of a big ball of conspiracy theories, it seems like. I mean, I'm not sure what else I'm supposed to get out of this.
100%.
Let's listen to the last minute.
Do you understand that the market cap
oh my God.
went from 23.7 billion down to 780 million in market cap because of Project Popcorn?
Nothing is relevant. None of this is relevant to my claim. You are free to pursue any other claims you want, and the release does not release anything you're talking about, even if they relate to these transactions. Okay?
So I just gave you notice that fraud's being committed against us shareholders, and you don't care.
I told you again, this is not a fraud.
Why would
I'm giving you now notice as a shareholder to an attorney. You're now mandated ethical obligation.
What?
Is to give the judge notice. Well, you know what, Miriam? Well, hold on, one last thing. Miriam, one last thing. I have you on a recorded line, and I'm going to give this to the judge. Be good.
Oh, wow. Holy shit.
See, that was the part I was waiting for because I'd skipped ahead to that.
Oh my God.
Oh, by the way, this whole conversation's been recorded. I'm going to give it to the judge. You're so screwed. Like, not really.
Oh my God. I mean,
how narcissistic he is. And
wow.
He's said this before in his other things that he records people all the time, and he thinks that this is some fucking gotcha game. Like he's unveiled the conspiracy that's screwing over AMC investors, and it's fucking pathetic. It's
wow.
Childish.
It's crazy the lawyer entertained him this long. Maybe she's one of us. That's funny.
Look,
that is funny.
I don't think she's one of us because, like, I think me and Scott have both said we would have hung up on him long the fuck ago.
Well, she's more like one of us than one of them. I'll say that. I'll give him that.
True.
Yeah.
Yes. I will say that. But, like, the fact that she has the patience and God-given, like, just determination to help him understand things like a teacher trying to teach a fucking ignorant little fucking kindergarten brat how the law works is just, I couldn't do that. I would have told Ethan to go fuck himself a long time ago because that's what he needs to be told. That he's a fucking
sure
brat who needs to shut the fuck up and color in the lines.
Yep. Yeah. Well, I mean, we've been that phrase has been thrown out there a lot lately. So
that's one of us. Gobble, gobble, one of us. We accept that one of us. Gobble, gobble, one of us. We accept that one of us. Gobble, gobble.
See, I sidebar on this is like,
sure.
I find it funny that a lot of these apes like love Wolf of Wall Street. The dude was a fucking scammer. What does that say about you?
Right.
You elevate this fucking huckster to godhood. What does that say about your move?
And also, can you believe that Trey had him on his live stream?
Really?
Yeah. Oh, you didn't see that?
He had Jordan Belfort.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Here, let me find it. Maybe it's. I know it's on there.
Illuminating, to say the least. I want to see this.
Well, let's see. Okay, so I just searched for it, but I mean, it's like, let's see. Okay, how about this? How about if we watch this video? This is a video by Review Dork. And it's AMC Trades versus Wolf of Wall Street. Who's the shill? Now, it sounds like he might be going to support his buddy Trey, his fellow shill Trey. This is from 2 years ago. This is from April. No, fuck. It's from 3 fucking years ago. It's from April 8th, 2021. Okay? And he had that on. He had Jordan Belfort on at that point already. It was that early. It was probably around April. I forget. Yeah, it was before the MOAS.
Time machine for this one.
Yes. Welcome to the time machine. All right.
What's going on, YouTube? Gabe here with the video.
Look how much thinner he is. He got rich off of this whole thing and put on some fucking weight.
AMC price action, as we could see here, it is down. It is down 2.5% at $9 and
wow, gotta love that. The camera on to this phone on Webull.
I will say that is a nice technique for keeping your set clean while giving the chart data. I know that he's about ready to unload a bunch of bullshit, but I mean, I have to be impressed with the cinematography of that.
Well,
like a lot of these channels are really shitty about their
don't
presentation.
read too much into that, just because I know that to be honest, I've never seen, and I've watched a lot of his videos and made a lot of videos about his videos back in the day. I don't recall this ever being on there. I don't even remember anyone ever doing this, to be honest with you. So it's probably just a one-off.
That's what's good. That's what's good, because it's an
yeah.
Take the huckster out of it, because
oh sure, yeah. Mm-hmm.
My big thing that I kind of want to do with my channel is a lot of these huckster channels, they have this very samey presentation. They have these very shit thumbnails, and I just want to at some point be like, here's how you present your content in a way that isn't fucking Bush League. And
well, I'll tell you,
it's a very interesting way of doing it.
Yeah, no, I agree, and it's good to be able to recognize things like that, because lest we pigeonhole ourselves into the same type of closed-minded fixed mindset as the apes. Nothing is all good or all bad. So there's good things too about these hucksters and grifters, and I'm sure that we both have picked up some tips and tricks along the way. So yeah, it's interesting. I feel like the contrast, I would have adjusted the contrast just for myself, that it looks washed out.
Because I think what he did is, that's not an actual cell phone. What he did is he put a cell phone over.
I don't know though.
Sort of see around.
I think it is his phone, actually.
The screen just seems because the screen just doesn't seem right.
Well, it is an iPhone. It's an iPhone. That's why. All right.
People.
I'm just gonna leave it there.
Live stream interview between Trey's Trades
it's
and
on
the
his
Wolf
desk
on
there, so
Wall
maybe
Street.
it
Now
is.
we're gonna get to that.
Yeah, he just didn't have his. He didn't have his $10,000 camera yet, because he hadn't made millions of dollars trading AMC. That's why. That's why.
And I also like the background here. A lot of people have and I understand that you have to be, rich enough to have your own dedicated set, but him and a lot of these people that have they put too much shit in their background, and his.
Yes, and I think his got more cluttered as time went on, for sure.
As someone who has done graphic design in high school,
mm-hmm.
and the little bit of college I did, negative space is important.
What's going on, guys? Today we are.
This is what he's doing now.
Like that.
So he's got the off. He's got the off center.
I like his old set better. There's a lot less going on.
He's got the dark. He's got dark theme going on now.
Yeah, and this looks kind of cool. You got the moving chart in the background, but I like his old set better because it feels a lot more like, there's not as much going on. You can focus on him.
True. Yeah. Everything gets too busy with all these complicated. What is? Okay, he's using a green screen here. It looks like. Probably.
I can believe that.
Been changing their lives on a daily basis.
Yeah, that's a definite.
I'm more than honored to be part.
Don't get me wrong. As someone who has a jerry rig set himself, I understand the utility of using a green screen.
Yeah.
When it's this fucking obvious.
I mean, yeah.
Just stop it.
The 3-card Monty scam.
Van Meter green screen
What's
level
going on, guys?
Bullshit. Don't do it.
Okay, so this was March. So this was about a year later.
I like that. That's a definitely.
Yeah, I like it too. Coke and hookers. This is a hoodie that you can own. You can buy that in his store.
In that first video we saw, he had one color, whereas this has this transition from red to blue, and then still got that minimal.
You know what? Kind of like my thumbnail, red, like the police lights. I thought that was kind of slick, but not really. I mean, it's obnoxious. It was meant to be, but he's got it's like the hot and cold. You know, he's got the warm, cool kind of dichotomy going on.
Transitions to white in between, and he's sort of set up there.
I wanted to like him, but I just, once he started talking, it was like, oh God. Ugh. Yeah. Okay.
It's the same thing when I see Matt Kohrs stuff. It's like he knows how to produce a video. It's too bad that he's a piece.
Yeah. He's got the look, but he doesn't have anything else. Okay. All right.
Yeah, anything else.
Check it out. Fun fact: if AMC goes bankrupt, hedgies get free money.
What?
Don't you know that if you're shorting a company, everybody knows this. If you're shorting a company and the company goes bankrupt, you don't have to pay taxes. Everybody knows this.
What the fuck is this bullshit? Where did this even come from?
See if you can find a source. I would love to know. I don't know. But I
keep hearing it, and like this is the first time I've actually seen it, because when I'm on GME Meltdown, I've heard of people joke about this being a thing. I'm like, oh, come on.
Here it is. This was in April.
First time, it's like, oh, I feel like I'm being assaulted.
This was in April, so they already thought this in April. They were already using this language in April. The cult foundation was already the base was already formed. I mean, that's what that's telling me. Yeah.
And confirmation bias. Now, I'm just going to throw it right out there. I'm probably going to get a lot of crap for this, but when you invest in anything, in any stock, you do so with conviction. The relationship is between you, the stock, and the broker. It's your opinion. Now, we go on Webull and we go into comment section and we see a lot of comments.
Why would you do that?
Not 950 price. Eat up these discounts.
So they were already saying $10,000 in April.
Real phone.
It is his real phone.
That's cool.
And
I like that.
And they were already calling for $10,000 a share in April of 21. I did not realize that. I didn't realize that. I didn't know that. I didn't even know. I don't even know if I was paying attention to this at this point yet.
Yeah.
Wow.
I didn't see the 10,000 share thing. Then again, I wasn't totally aware till late 2022, early 2020.
Well, they were already moved on.
I started becoming aware of that.
They already moved on to hundreds of thousands, if not millions, by that point. To be honest, I mean, on Reddit, because that's where it really was happening. That's where all of this was happening, basically. Like,
and let's be honest here. The Webull comment section.
Now, Lynn will always.
You can believe it. People.
Oh, I'm sure.
Other tickers.
I'm sure.
Side of other tickers to hustle. It's bad.
I'm sure.
I have called this out on Twitter a whole lot, and in stuff that I've talked about. I hate Webull, and I hate that even more because of the comment section. Webull otherwise is a good product.
Kind of like
comment section, they absolutely refuse to moderate it, and because they absolutely refuse to moderate it and just put that little disclaimer of this is not financial advice, don't take it
right
being said in this comment section at face value. That's such a bullshit Bush League way to cop out.
It is
bullshit comment section.
Well, they don't. I guess that would be considered a social network, maybe. Or as an online thing. I mean, I guess it would go under 230, and they don't have to, but they can. They don't have to. But, right.
You could say that if you're Twitter, but you're a fucking broker.
Right. Well, that's the thing.
Website. That's
the thing. It's not appropriate. I don't know why it's on there. I don't even know why they have it, to be honest. I want it to be, I want the broker to be objective. I don't want them to be influencing me. I don't want anybody else on the I don't know why would you even want that? I always baffled me. Because it's designed to,
when I saw this.
Yeah, it's designed for idiots, basically.
Yeah. Well, this is someone who originally, when I first saw this idea, I was really, I liked it because I wrongly imagined people like me and you having conversations on talking about our trading tips and talking about what other good stocks and why talking about fundamentals and stuff like that. That was a horrible mistake. I never should have expected that was what was going to be happening.
Well,
I should have assumed that the lowest common denominator is what was going to be taking over these comments sections.
And that's the thing, is it took over.
Shitholes.
But I'm sure there are people that are talking about those other things, but it's just drowned out and completely swamped by all of this brain dead garbage. And a lot of it's probably even automated bot spamming too. Like, I'm sure that it is. And oh boy, there were some scandals too with Webull comments, like where supposedly the hedgies accidentally left the part of the code in, like part of the code for the algo that was posting the comments was visible. It wasn't commented out properly, and it was visible in the actual visible comment, and it supposedly they were claiming that it proved that Citadel was spamming Webull comments. I'm not shitting you. I am actually being serious. They actually
I cannot be inebriated enough to listen to what you have just told me. And
I've got that for days, my friend. I mean, it was wild. This was a wild time.
On his phone.
I know. Yeah.
Eat up these discounts once a month. Hourglass, diamond hands.
TikTok, baby. Yeah, tick tock.
Eat up these discounts. Once a month specials.
He even mentions it.
Before the squeeze and
right.
With all this, so we don't know. That's
course.
The thing with the squeeze. We don't know. Now, as for pricing, well, I've had a wedge on the AMC stock for quite some time, and the stock is still trading.
Whatever he's saying, I'm just ignoring.
I want to hear him talk about
computer in the background.
A specific community, because at the end of the day,
I want him to talk.
No, you should stayed on that.
Trades. He literally put his money where his mouth is. He spent $10,000 to get the Wolf on Wall Street on board, and they had a very.
Why do we have media offline?
If I dare say, cryptic discussion, and we're going to talk about that in a second. But I also want to talk about.
Yeah, I don't know.
Cryptic discussion. Hey, pause it right there. Cryptic discussion. He added cryptic discussion. I wonder why. Is it because a huckster is trying to sell you on his newest bullshit? Is that why it was cryptic?
I don't know.
Fire now. Ralph is taking a position of, I sold all of my stake in.
What the hell?
Because he felt like he was forfeiting opportunity elsewhere, and his thesis has changed, and he's gotten a lot of flack for that. And this is why I talk about when you invest with what you can afford. Right.
Oh yeah, right.
I have 18 shares of AMC stock, but my portfolio isn't strangled by.
Yeah, sure, he isn't the greatest speaker, but I'm impressed with how well he does at doing these long takes.
Yeah.
Like, he has some camera transitions in there, but I know that I could not do a long of a hard cam face up talking about something without having to transition to cut up the fact that I'm having to edit what I'm saying. So it's not like he's a bad speaker, and I'm sure he has a script that's helping him out. Don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah, and he's got a producer and everything too, so it's not like he's doing everything. But I just caution you, don't use this as your benchmark for this guy, because this is a pretty but you're just talking about the
content is bullshit.
You're talking about just the aesthetic
on his presentation.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
In my position on AMC, I'm able to invest in other positions.
Let's hear.
And still take those gains and buy. Even if I came to you 15 years ago and said, well, Tesla is going to...
Oh, shut the fuck up.
But are you going to throw everything into it? Wants money and guys, that live stream was brilliant. And
oh, here we go. Okay.
That live stream didn't work out too well for him. And guys, that live stream was brilliant, and Jordan Belfort was brilliant. Now, I'm going to go ahead and cue in onto my favorite part of the video where he talks about the Aston Martin car that he purchased for his fiance.
Oh, great.
What a new car.
Now, let me just break in here and say, I hate. Now, you talked about a couple things you like about it. I'm going to balance it out with something that I hate about it. I can't stand that shitty fucking corporate ass fucking bullshit music in the background.
Oh, Jesus, there it is. Wow, that is a thing that happened with this bed in the background. Oh, A+, my dude.
Yep. Well,
the living in my parents' basement.
No, he was living in hotels at this point. But yeah, I mean, basically.
Oh, seriously, that's even worse.
It was a whole like because he was in the army or something. I don't know. I don't. It was a whole thing like where he was living and stuff. He was out by you, I think. He was in, was it Oklahoma or Kansas, Nebraska?
But it's close.
Yeah, I mean, well, see, to me, it's all the same. But the Great Plains, I know. Well, yeah, yeah.
Kansas, until you get out to western Kansas and western Nebraska is pretty indistinguishable.
And where they're just like, all right, well, the state line is going to be here. I don't know. You know,
we will put it along this parallel.
Straight line, right? Straight lines, because everything, you know, in nature is a straight line. All right.
Exactly.
Like, oops. All right. Like here in Ohio, how, well, we have a couple straight lines, but the river, you know, the river is not straight. Yes, it rivers and a lake.
That's the Kansas-Missouri border. It's a river until there's no more river, and then they just do a straight line.
Right. All right.
Bought a new car for my fiance.
All right, here we go.
Fiance.
I just bought a new car I just bought a new car for my fiance, right? I got her beautiful Aston Martin, the truck, new one, right? $220,000, right? And I went into the dealership and we looked at that, looked at a few other cars, and I was going to just buy her a car. You know, she wanted a car, right? And I was going to buy her a car. And I was going to pay for the car, like give them the money. And then the guy says to me, "Don't do that. Just
what now?"
I love this is not financial advice at the bottom. While he's talking about buying celebrities.
Of course, yeah.
You cannot find something that is more.
it's clownish, isn't it? Yeah.
Credit, your credit's perfect. We'll give you the car. Just pay us $2,600 a month.
So, video. Aston Martin car, AMC. Now, it was really mind-boggling.
Oh, AMC Aston Martin car, but he said it was the truck though. So it would be AMT.
This guy can't even keep his fucking bullshit story straight.
Yeah, well, I didn't realize we were talking about Morant's rants. Oh, well, I'm sorry. It's a common trait.
Man, say, I was going to go in and purchase this vehicle for $220,000 cash. No, wealthy people do not buy depreciating assets cash like that unless they're expecting the value of that vehicle to go up.
Yes.
Like, people buy assets as a vanity thing. They don't just buy them as investments.
Right. I mean,
say I have an Aston Martin is the point.
Yeah.
You don't usually drive them around even. The point is to say I have it and put it in a garage somewhere. And I think he's missing the point of what. Okay, maybe he goes on and elaborates on this, but I think he's missing the point.
Okay. Lynn's saying that his vocal is out of sync. I'm not sure if I'm going to look and see, but it could be that somehow I'm adding some latency to it. But all right.
Look at Jerry Seinfeld. He is an avid collector, but flash like that unless they're
all right. And we go back. Let me just go back to it where he's
car AMC.
There he goes.
Now,
and says, "Well, he's
it was
a car
really
collector." No shit. That's the point.
Boggling to hear a man say, I was going to go in and purchase this vehicle for $220,000 cash. No, wealthy people do not buy depreciating assets cash like that unless they're expecting the value of that vehicle to go up. Look at Jerry Seinfeld. He is an avid car collector, but he collects cars because he knows that the value of these vehicles are going up. So when I heard Jordan Belfort say that the dealership told him, hey, why not give us $2,600 a month cash? And, he then further exclaimed like, hey, that's what dinner cost me. I don't really think he was purposely bragging about his financial ability. And $2,600 a month on, $2,600 on
No,
dinner.
he totally
and
was.
Bro.
Yeah.
What?
And Trey was eating it up too.
What that entire thing was a brag.
Yeah, it was like, oh, look how big my dick is today.
Trying to get us to pay attention and clue us in that he was really talking about AMC.
Oh my God.
What? Now, who is Jordan?
This is what.
Jordan Belfort's the Wolf of Wall Street. This man.
Yep.
Did prison time for pump and dump schemes. Do you really think he wants to go on record and say, everyone buy AMC? And let's say today we're not looking at $9.56. We're looking at $18, $20. Who is the SEC going to start looking at? Just really think about it. And then
for a moment.
to drive.
Yeah. No, you do what you need to do, my friend.
And
I get it.
Real estate, and then I'm going to share with you guys.
Oh, real estate.
Let's roll that clip.
I have friends that are buying houses right now that are $10 million houses, and they'll put down $2 million and borrow $8 million on an interest-only loan at 3%, and they're paying $20,000 a month to live in an $8 million house. A $10 million house.
That's insane.
That's not normal.
Yeah.
Like
real estate. He talks about his buddy taking an interest-only loan. Whoa. An interest-only loan. And I'm going to tie this up really, really quickly in a second. An interest-only loan on a $10 million house. Why would you do that? Well, the wealthy operate in different ways. Now, if you were to rent a home, the general rule is you rent out a home monthly at the 1% of the value of the home. So if you purchase the home for $200,000, you're looking to get $2,000 a month in rent, right? Now, what would, using that equation, if you were to rent a $10 million house, what would your rent be per month using the 1% rule? $100,000. So when the wealthy engage in interest only, they're engaging in what's called an ARM, a 1-3 ARM or a 1-5 ARM, which is an adjustable rate mortgage. And after
This
those
dude
3
is
years
trying to
or
sound
5
smarter
years,
than he actually
now
is, and it's really pathetic.
you're exposed.
Oh yeah.
You're exposed to the interest rate of the market. But a $10 million home and paying only $20,000 in interest, all right? You live in San Francisco for 3 years.
How's that going now, I wonder?
Live on interest only.
Being about the principal.
Hopefully you have capital gains now and you just paid the interest. That's all you did. You rented it. You borrowed the money from
he's got
the
a
bank
credit
to
card
rent the
mentality on
property.
this. He's only going
Oh yeah.
Car because he was talking about the Aston Martin car.
Yeah.
And I like to think that was AMC. So what are the banks doing? What are the hedgies doing? They are borrowing the shares.
Oh my God, he's turning this into a retarded conspiracy theory.
Yep.
And I cannot be drunk enough to follow this.
That's basically it. Yeah. Now that's one. This is. I did not know that this was going to be so terrible of an interpretation, but you could argue that there probably is not really much better of an interpretation.
This is
So
fucking Thomas James level interest.
this was the.
What the heck's going on?
Can you end? Okay. This video only got 14,600 views, so it didn't influence that many people, I guess, but it still did. This is the groundwork that was laid. This is
still like a whole order of magnitude above my general higher viewed videos.
This would have to be. Yeah, this is the kind of material that influenced people, and so this is a reason why it is hard for a lot of people to give this up, probably because it goes way back. And Trey was already doing this shit. I didn't realize that. I thought it was at least May or June when he did this, but it was April. I mean, at the earliest, like early April. Like that's crazy.
Think about the ad revenue. Like even with ad blocker, I know that wasn't as big of a thing at this time.
Oh, well, it was for us, but yeah, I mean, yeah.
A decent chunk of change.
I don't know how many views Trey got on his video, but yeah, I mean, he certainly did. Yeah.
Doing so with the idea that there will be a massive payout. They're not actually owning the shares. But what happens if the value isn't what they expect it to be? Now, they're shorting, so they're betting the value is going to go down, right? We're betting the value is going to go up. They put themselves in negative equity, which now they have to cover the share price. Really that simple. So when we think about what the Wolf on Wall Street, Jordan Belfort, was saying, and he put those two things together, the Aston Martin car and the real estate. Right?
Oh, God.
He's telling you, if you borrow, it's cheaper to borrow. You know, debt's cheap, very, very cheap to borrow. But when that time comes, you better have the money. And I think, you know, what Jordan.
Yeah, right. Okay.
And I really feel like Trey's.
Oh, yeah. Even for him, it is.
Hard on himself.
I don't
but Ralph,
believe that Rosemary Wood could even make it.
This is
really weird historical reference that most people won't get, but I find it funny.
It seems like he is. It's well, okay. Here's another little tidbit. So, Gabriel, Review Dork, and Tremaine Collins, Trey's Trades. What do they have in common? 2 members of the Kansas City Five. The Kansas City Five. So.
Can we call them NSYNC? We need to.
Yeah. Okay.
Boy band name.
Yeah.
Although the Kansas City Five is a nice boy.
I think that could work, but they'd actually have to, do something instead of be buffoons and moron, just complete jokers. But anyway, yeah. So they're both Kansas City Five members, and they definitely were buddies at this point already. Kansas City didn't happen until July of 21, but I think. It seems like it's Review Dork sticking up for Trades here because he got a lot of heat for that. Like, why would you have that scam, blah, blah, piece of shit on your? And well, yeah, it's because clearly.
It's funny because everyone uses those Wolf of Wall Street clips with zero context for what that situation was, but you
right.
put the actual huckster on. And suddenly it becomes very clear what you're up to, and it's a lot more transparent.
Trey did some questionable fucking things, that's for sure. And this was one of them. This was definitely one of them. Giving out $10,000 tips to random waitresses and BW3s and stuff like that. That was another questionable decision by Trey. Like, it very much speaks to here's what it is to me. It's somebody who did not grow up with a lot of money and resources, who now all of a sudden has it. Oh, what am I going to do? I'm going to pay Jordan Belfort $10,000 to come on my fucking live stream, or give this waiter $10,000 because I don't know what to do with money because I never had it. And that's what I get.
And that's the kind of thing people like Jordan Belfort do because they're the same sort of.
And they prey on people like that, right?
People that
yeah.
They prey on 100%. And it's the reason why I bet this video got a lot less views than his normal videos because people saw it for what it was.
Probably. And Model 3 dude, yes, he does still make videos, but he doesn't make videos about AMC. He just does his 1348 trading, how to become a profitable day trader.
And look at how many less views that he
5 tips.
The shitty one that we're watching. He's getting like anywhere from 1,000 to maybe 2,500 compared to what was the view of that?
14.
Yeah.
14. But that's even low for him because if you go back to the real AMC videos, like,
I mean, look at some of these here. He's got 30,000.
Yeah, right. Yeah, some of these here. There's a couple, though, 98,000 views. Now, that one's not about AMC. It's about when he started his EMA crossover thing. But
if you can do the same thing on someone like like Matt Kohrs.
Oh, yeah, probably. 30,000. I mean, he's had a couple real ringers up there, close to 100,000, views on a video. That's a lot of views.
And I see the same thing on my channel.
But he doesn't get them anymore.
On AMC, I'll get constantly anywhere from 500 views to and even during the height of the lawsuit, something that I haven't gotten back to, I was getting anywhere in the neighborhood. Like my lower end videos were like 300 to 500 views while having around 400 subs, which is still pretty good. But I was getting 1,000, 2,000 views as someone with about 400 to 500 subs. That's crazy.
It's pretty good. Better than me. But
and now even if you're if you're doing non-AMC stuff, it's usually somewhere between the range of like 200 to 300 views. And if you're doing an AMC thing, maybe you'll get close to 1,000 or over 1,000, but most of them are hang around to that 600 to 500 views for me. And I'm up to like 900 subs now. So that's kind of a lot. There's been a huge drop off, even if you're doing AMC content, let alone if
definitely
you're an AMC person that's trying to transition into something more mainstream.
So here's one from
because the algorithm is already pegged you as an AMC influencer.
Right.
So they'll feed that content to AMC people.
It's going to
either checked out or they're not interested in your non-AMC.
Right.
Content.
Yeah. So here's one from a month ago that's got 16,000 views. This trading view indicator will print money. It's but that's a clickbait title. But then he put out one. He was like, ooh, that worked. I'm gonna recreate my success. This trading view indicator made me 20 grand. See it live, and only got 3,800. So you can't. Lightning doesn't strike twice.
No. And my favorite clip that I caught with Froggy or what's his name on
Spencer.
His real name. Yes,
Spencer.
Is when he was talking about the TLT trade that I was in and was using TMF or whatever that leveraged version of TLT was. He's like, this is the thing that's going to make me big again. I'm going to get.
Oh yeah.
And he says that openly on a live stream.
My God.
Like, wow.
That's pathetic.
Off, aren't we?
That is fucking pathetic. But yeah, so I don't know how we got on that Jordan Belfort topic, but yeah. That was real. That was real. As we just saw.
To the point in we did. Never mind.
Yeah. So
back to
yeah, so now back to reality here. How about this?
To reality.
We've been consolidating, and it looks like we've been able to hold $4.25, not losing it. And if we do lose it, we pop back to the upside. It looks like these buy orders are going to remain in effect. It looks like we're forming a bullish pennant. Everything's set up for the move for $5.
You can't
$5.
You can't edit your video so that you can show the chart and your face at the same time. You just kind of cut yourself off. Shit.
Apparently, yeah, right. So, well, clearly he's trying to cash in on those shorts revenue, by posting part of his stream on short.
But you can do a much better short.
Oh yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong, I do some pretty lazy shorts, but you're gonna leave it hanging on the screen there where we can see that you're there, but we can't see you.
AI could do a better
chart as a separate recording, and then do you as a separate recording. No, you just have to yank your live stream footage and.
Yes, because AI could do a better job than this, I think, editing a video to get you on the screen. So, yeah, I don't know. This is an AI revolution. Will help him out, too. That's good.
It'll help him be an actual good YouTube content creator.
Right.
This is exactly
oh, my God.
what we wanted to see from Amy. And I think Amy's finally about to get ready to move back to the upside after basically 2 weeks of consolidation.
Amy?
Oh, yeah. They say Amy. AMC, yeah, they call it Amy. Now, he's making a prediction here. Now, it's important that people hold him to these. He said, I don't think I can go back in the short, but he said that he said it's finally looking like it's getting ready to go back to the upside. because,
I
well,
love how the chart is cut off by his little.
oh yeah,
I know it's been basically boring, but this is what we need from Amy, and this is exactly
Oh, it'll
what we
be
wanna
boring
see,
for a long
making
time, my dude.
higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. That's how you start.
Oh, there
That's
we
how
go.
you build a bullish base, which will lead us out of our depression phase. Okay, will lead us out of our depression phase and into
Yeah.
AMC next bull run. Again, I know that sounds
why in the world
what a disbelief rally is. Okay, that's what
he's like a very literal adherent to like the Dow theory or the Wyckoff theory. So he uses that terminology like the depression phase or the disbelief rally and these things like like he tries to see him one for one, like directly, like literally, which I think you've probably seen enough stuff in your life to know things don't really work like that. This is a poster child
Going down.
this is a poster child for what is it called? Self-fulfilling prophecy. That's what he is. Like as long as that works, he's a fucking genius. But I just can't wait to watch his meltdown when it finally stops working. And I admitted
with that.
Yeah, I admitted that he's had a pretty goddamn lucky streak. It seems like he's been right a lot. But like I said before,
Like what's that famous saying on Wall Street? Things keep working until they don't.
That, or just when you think you've figured out the key to the market changes the lock. It changes the fucking locks on you, and you are locked out, and you are in the poorhouse. And I don't care who you are. Everybody loses at some point. So he can sit there and think all he wants that he's right all the time. We've all been there. But because we've all been there, I feel confident in saying I look forward to this downfall. I really do, because he's a fucking piece of shit. He is a narcissistic fucking piece of shit.
I don't subscribe to any one philosophy. Like, yeah, sure, you could probably classify me as a value investor, but like market cycles do exist, and you need to change with each market cycle. And
yeah.
Right now, we're in what hedge I would call quad 4, where you've got high interest rates, low market returns, and so you need to start looking. You need to start looking at different things than what you did when the market was at its highs.
Right.
He's refused to change, and eventually he's going to get some whiplash from how that works.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
We get to our next bullish cycle, and I'm sure people will come back to him again. But
yep.
Like these people that refuse to adapt to market reality.
Well, that's the thing that
rough time.
That's the thing that really, it doesn't really, I don't know if I would say bothers me, but that's the thing that's stupid about what's going on right now. Like, I feel like it's really is pretty, I mean, it's just like, we know that this is not the direction that things are going to go. Like, we just based on pure, historical, what has happened before. Now, it could be different. Yes, of course, it could be. But, this plays into psychology. What are you going to run to when everything is uncertain? You're going to go to
safe and secure.
The big pillars, the strong players, the ones, yes, the strength, precedent and history. Apple, Google, all the tech names. Yeah, it's a narrative that we can all get behind.
Or even when those fade and when the stock market starts to go down, safe and liquid is bonds.
Bonds, sure.
Not to pump my own trade, but
no, well, yeah, but I mean,
gold sometimes.
Gold,
the dollar, and
oil. I mean, there's a lot of things, right? It's not going to be fucking technology stocks. Like, I'm sorry. That's what.
Especially emerging technology stocks, which are highly speculative.
Highly speculative, low cap. Yeah, like you're not going to, and that's what I feel like a lot of people are just like, the whole, just the bullish sentiment has gotten out of control, and because of that, and because of, I mean, there is a bullish bias generally because there's always inflow, but I mean. So.
And not just that, because population tends to grow, therefore.
Yeah.
amount of people that are buying stuff, and the economy tends to grow. So there's always sort of a bullish sentiment. But there's always retracement because we have these cycles.
Yeah, and also the cost of capital and, you know, just risk assets in general, the appetite for risk assets, you know, international trends and flows. But I mean, I'm bearish on the market, pretty much. Like, if I had to say, and it's like, I get it, and the point is to make money, and it doesn't matter how you do that, but whether it's by buying things or selling things or a combination of both, or whichever one you do first, it doesn't really matter. And the reason that those things happen also doesn't really matter. But there comes a point when it's like, okay, really, like, what is driving this market higher? Is it really all the retail investors? Because we don't have any money. Like, people are living off of credit cards, and that's not even that's getting to the point where it's not even going to work.
If you had to ask me, what's really driving this market is low liquidity. A lot of people have left the market, or you've seen a lot of volume inflows with TLT and bonds. And so what's really driving this market, and is my opinion at least, is, you know, you still got people that are options gambling that are creating this fake inflows into stocks.
Yeah.
But volume's been really low. And what's driving this higher is there hasn't been a lot of pressure on the downside.
No, and there hasn't been a lot of...
There's a little more on the upside. That's what matters, because the volume is so low.
Yeah, and you can see that on all different levels too. So, for example, you know, you go and look at a 1 minute chart of something like the, I don't know, QQQ. You'll see massive volume on a 1 minute candle down red. It'll dump, or I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. You'll see moderate volume on a red candle down, and the volume and the price will drop, you know, moderately, not a ton, you know, 10 cents or something, let's say. The next minute, you will see literally 1/10 of that volume in up volume. But it's green, and the price shoots up 6, 7, 8 times higher than it went down. It went down with way more volume. It went down way less with more volume than it goes up with less volume. And, you know, I'm sorry, I can't help but be annoyed by that. That's annoying to me. It doesn't give me confidence, and it makes me feel like I'm being cheated, because, well, wait a minute. If you were selling, the price went down, okay, yeah, but you just recovered the share price plus 6x on 1/8, 1/10 the volume of that. But that's the reality of how the market works. You know, it's all about, what is somebody willing to accept or give? And that can shift. It's just hard to believe it shifts that quickly, and it can, you know, be that dramatic of a shift, but you have thousands, hundreds of thousands of participants.
But on the other side of that, once market sentiment changes, you'll see that flip, where since we've had such low liquidity, if it pushes past that level, then you get capitulation.
Yes, and unless you don't, which is what happened, you know, so many times over the last, I don't know, seems like months. But I don't know. It clearly, I mean, at some point though, somebody has to be making a decision, I feel like.
Right.
Or is it really, we've created a machine that we can't, that nobody can control? Like, at what point do we ask these questions? And I don't think we're at that. We're not even close to that point. But it makes me wonder, you know, what if the market ran away to the upside, would anybody really care? I mean, if it ran away to the downside, oh yeah, you better bet they will be able to jump in and stop that shit. But I mean, you could argue that the market has run away to the upside and has become unhinged. I mean, well, I guess that just happens.
Sort of what might change that last week, where CPI didn't really do it, but once you got that PPI data coming in, and then you had the quadruple witching, people realized that the Fed isn't going to cut rates as soon as they thought. And I think you might see some capitulation on Wednesday. It might be already priced in, but I think
VIX expiration.
This whole thing has been kicked down the curb a little bit.
Oh yeah.
But I get the feeling that expectations have been reset, because it looks like the Fed more than likely will not be cutting rates at least till this summer.
And I would say that that's even up in the air, because you have never. We went through the cuts last time. I mean, we went through every recent cycle and looked at what were the conditions when they raised rates and what were the conditions when they cut rates. And you were here, and there is not a single instance of cutting interest rates when the market is at the top of the cycle. I mean, it's a garbage fucking concept. The fact that they're actually successfully selling it to people blows my mind. That blows my mind, because we have normalized this ignorance to this degree. It is absolutely shocking that the people are this fucking dumb. Mainstream media. Yes. And fucking shame on them. Fucking cocksuckers. I swear to God, the media, and by extension, you could say Wall Street really too, because that's where, these are publicly traded companies. But, it's garbage. It's total fucking garbage. How insidiously fucking evil. You are setting people up for a massive flush down. I mean, it's nothing new. It happens all the time. Fucking Jim Cramer said Bear Stearns is not going out of business, not going bankrupt, literally the day before. So, and that cocksucker.
Videos.
Yeah.
I saw some videos on the anniversary of that, people pointing that out. But
yeah,
these people don't know anything.
That's why.
They're the supposed.
Exactly. That's why you don't give them the fucking time of day when it comes to that. Now, when it comes to like other things, outside of like stock prices, because nobody can predict that. Looking at objective things that's fine. Price can be irrational.
A function of what people think at that time the value of a certain asset is, and that can change wildly depending on supply and demand, depending on people's expectations and things like that.
It can.
Like we've even talked about that in the chart in the chat about currencies that currencies are subject to supply and demand too, and that there can be just as much ebb
and flow,
rational exuberance.
Oh yeah,
but like that same sort of thing, that these things are affected by the whims of people's opinions.
Well, and there's also the component that once you get used to a certain level of profit, it can be a shock. So nobody wants to make less money, So if you're a money manager and you have to allocate funds in this environment and everything is in the shitter except for these 7 stocks, what are you going to do? Yeah. And so that's all you can do. So that's what is right. So, and that's where the big money comes from. And it's stupid and it's garbage and it is absolutely retarded that that's the way this system works to me. But I mean, whatever. But it does because retirement using public, the public markets is, I don't know. That's what God wanted or something. I don't know. Like, whatever.
Well, and you see a lot of the situation becoming where
corporate profits
to access.
Well, it is
to access capital markets because there's no interest rate to dilute your shareholders.
True. Yeah.
You can always access the capital markets more readily and more easily than you can.
Yeah. True. That's true. That's true. But what are they doing with this capital, though? That's my thing. They're not investing in the business. They're not doing R&D. They're coming out with the same movie over and over. They're coming out with the same shit. They're just doing more of it, or they're coming out with a Boeing 737 Max. Like, they're not innovating. They are not. They are doing the same old bullshit. They are putting out piss and calling it shit and trying to charge a premium for it. America, like, our corporate landscape right now is complete and utter trash, and these markets being at all-time highs really reinforce that to me. We are in a golden age of fucking scams, or maybe not scam is the best word. Maybe not scam is the best word, but corporate rot. This is an era of corporate rot. These companies have gotten so big. They have so many parts. They have so much money. They can't manage it. They can't. It's only a matter of time before they all Tesla. You know, like Tesla is the poster child for that. For me, you know, I'm sorry, Model 3 dude, but you know, I'm glad you made your money when you did.
I mean, you're not the only one who has said that. I mean, you've had.
Or hey, let's use another one. You use another example. It doesn't even matter. You know, fuck, Circuit City. Remember Circuit City? Or I mean, I don't want to pick on Model 3 dude and use Toys R Us, but I mean, you know, but
now you're picking on me.
That's the life cycle. That's the cycle. I'm sorry, but it all, you know. Yeah, once Apple has jumped the shark. You know, they jumped the shark with their fucking car. They had to announce that they were going to make a fucking car to keep up with the Joneses, which was the other tech company with a car, Tesla, right? I'm joking with the tech company thing. But, you know, like the fact that Elon Musk could get as far as he did, doing what he did, and just only now are people starting to ask questions in the mainstream. Yeah. Watch out below. Wear your hard hat. You know, because yeah, like Lynn says here, bad choices are made sometimes with good intentions, sometimes not. I just noticed that, but she said that a long time ago. And no good deed goes unpunished. I like that one a lot for some reason. Okay, let's wrap this up. What are your final thoughts here? So, what was the real crime? What's the real crime? Or is there one? Or is that a faulty assumption too? And I'll jump in and say, I think the real criminals here. If I had to blame somebody besides themselves, I mean, obviously it's my fault that I lost money. If I lost money, so I'm not saying about that, but the whole overall situation, you know, I think that YouTube should have changed their policy long ago regarding investment advice, or however you want to word it, whatever you want to make it, cover or not cover or however, but to me, and this is the whole reason I'm even here doing this, is because I saw all this garbage out here, and there can't be a referee, there can't be a moderator, but it was unbalanced. It was completely one-sided, and I know that in investing in markets, that is a bad sign. When you have a one-sided market, when everybody's on the same side, everybody loses, because everybody can't be on the same side. It doesn't work like that. But if everybody's convinced that it does and that they should be on that side, you get some really, you know, stupid shit happening, which is, I think, largely what happened here. So, you know, whether you just want to say blame YouTube or blame the FCC or Congress or whoever, or maybe we could just learn from this and not blame anybody, but just say, all right, well, we can learn from this. One-sidedness is not good. Sometimes we need to be exposed to things that make us uncomfortable, as in other opinions, or the opposite of what we think, because as you pointed out earlier, brilliantly, there's something to be gleaned from even something that you hate, even something that is terrible, like Review Dork. Even that clown can frame a shot and make it look pretty good. But what did he say in that? That's the important thing. Can you keep those separate? Like it used to be that investment banking and retail or commercial banking were separate. Those were separate entities. They did not commingle. And a lot of people credit that change with changing things negatively in the economy and in finance, right? Glass-Steagall, the Glass-Steagall Act, when it was repealed, which actually happened, I believe, under Clinton in the late 90s. But
yeah,
when the Glass-Steagall Act was repealed, right? I got this right? You could have these mega banks that do everything now again. And so it changes the way,
And looking at it from both angles, that's in a way good, because you have this sort of, a person can go to one bank and get everything they need. But
sure.
It also gives that structural problems where if the bank fails for one of those reasons, the whole thing comes crashing.
What happens when, I'll just use an example that's absurd. What happens when JP Morgan fails? Well, they probably won't, but that would be bad. Like, so anyway, that change, some people will credit that change with being bad, or I don't really hear many people talk about it being a good thing, but because it benefits Wall Street, it benefits those institutions. That's why people would cite it as being not such a great thing for consumers. So, anyway, I guess my overall point is just that, I've said this 2 or 3 times in this stream. It's about money. Clearly, we for individuals, it is too, but we more easily let emotions take over and let narratives take over, and we let non-critical thinking take over. But we have to be pushed into that uncomfortable zone sometimes, and I hope that I can do that. I hope that I want to make people uncomfortable as fuck, to be honest. So unfortunately, I don't think I can do that anymore to Lynn and Model 3 Dude and Charlotte and stuff. They know all my tricks. So they just stick around just so that there's nobody here. But that was the goal originally. So the real crime, going back to that, the real crime is that people allowed themselves to be deceived. I think that's the real crime. It's a personal self thing, I guess. I don't know if I would call it crime, but it's not the hedgies, it's not Wall Street. It's us. If we don't take responsibility, what's to stop people from getting convinced of anything and doing some stupid shit the next time? So we got to be smarter than this.
And it plays, and this sort of thing plays into human nature. Like we are
100%.
The reason why we latch on to narratives is because we like a good story.
Yes, we do.
We have to also realize, without becoming unfeeling robots like a Spock or something like that, is that, the facts do matter.
Yeah.
And we have to balance the narrative with what reality imposes upon those narratives.
Yeah. And for this, I recommend, and I'm going to bring it up on the screen here, but I recommend this book by Robert Shiller. It is called Narrative Economics. I'm displaying it on the screen right here. Narrative Economics, How Stories Go Viral and Drive Major Economic Events. And this actually came out before the pandemic. This is from 2019. So it's very interesting because, obviously the big thing that drove this whole thing ultimately came back to COVID-19. But he talks about Bitcoin, you know, and other things. But it's pretty good. You know, this was in a period when I was trying to get inside this thing and understand why, how this could happen, and what is driving it. So anyway, I hope that's. Am I displaying? Oh, I am displaying it. Okay, there we go.
Appreciate about this channel as someone who's got a mile-long book list, and I try and do that on my channel, is suggest books that people should read. Because
well, I got another one.
Things that can be learned from seeing other perspectives.
Sure.
And learning from history and from, you know, current events. Like, you know, you talk about someone like a like some of the best investors, and you sit down and you listen to some of their interviews, and they talk about a lot of times how much they read, how much they they're not just going off the information they know, they're constantly absorbing new information.
Absolutely.
It's like any profession, not just the stock market. It is constantly a learning experience. There's always new things.
Life in general.
No one.
Yes.
100%.
Yeah. And that's why I like, you know, I guess maybe one reason why I think that finance is an interesting topic, because it really is. It, you know, you say, oh, it's just money, or it's just numbers, or it's just this, or it's just that. But these numbers and money represent things that in the world, and things in all areas. So in that sense, it really does encompass all things in the world, which is, you know, a cheesy, you know, thing that like a finance professor would say on the first day of class or something. But it is true, you know, that it does kind of touch every area, whether it's financing in that strict sense, or, you know, operating a business, or whatever, or even just personal finance in our own lives. But yeah, I always thought it would be boring, but if anything but that, at least now. The other one I recommend is The 7 Basic Plots: Why We Tell Stories by Christopher Booker. And it talks about, you know, all stories, everything can be boiled down to, you know, oops, I'm on the wrong one. Like rags to riches, comedy, you know, the perfect balance, these concepts that they're, you know, human nature is limited basically. And, you know, there's like 7 basic plots of stories that we like as human beings. It's really fascinating. So along the same lines as narrative economics in a sense, but less focused on finance, but in economics. But yeah. So to me,
derail this.
No.
Really good conversation, but that screen cap that Manuel just dropped in the chat, we were talking about Spence a while ago, and I just love the delicious irony of it. No, dude, you weren't shadow banned. People just realized you were full of shit, and they stopped following you. They stopped listening to you because you're a piece of shit. That's what the situation is. It's not that you see a lot of these influencers get to this point where they're like, oh, I've been shadow banned. The man is keeping me down. No,
sure.
People woke up to the fact that you're full of shit. That's what the issue is.
I couldn't say it any better, and I'm going to end it on that. They found out how full of shit these influencer grifter fucks are. That's it. Thank you.
Kill Michael Myers! It's impossible!
This is what...
you have a good night, my friend.
Yeah, you too.
This was, you know, perfect way to tie it all up.
Situation. It's better sometimes not to,
you know,
just be proven complete imbecile in the
That's what we've been trying to say for 2-3 fucking years, and you just said it in 2-3 secons. So
it's my one talent.
So fuck you. Fuck you. That's your talent.
That what you're saying?
All right.
What you're saying?
It's a Midwestern trait.
What are you saying?
You cut through, like, having lived in the South and grow up in the Midwest, lived in the South, come back to the Midwest.
I don't know.
You
I
learn
don't really
to
think
cut
that's the
through
case.
people's bullshit and just tell them what they are.
And then all of a sudden
You're an
change the
asshole.
world.
You're a piece of shit. Fuck.
I love it. I love it. And yeah, well, right on. Okay. And cut. Have a good one, everybody. See you probably next week.
Yeah.
All right. That's it.